Good morning, everyone. If we could find a seat, or I think we have some more chairs on this side if folks that are standing on the side would like to sit down. Probably make some more room. I'd like to welcome everyone. I noticed that the American Legion is set up for breakfast tomorrow morning. Perhaps they should have shifted it to today. I hope that everyone who's here will turn out for the breakfast. I know they'd appreciate your support. With that, I'd like to call the meeting of the Cambria Community Service District to order. If we could rise and recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Let it be noted that we do have a quorum present, and I would just like to make one slight modification to the agenda, and that is that I would want the general manager to make a statement first, so that he can set the tone for the meeting and explain why we're here, and lay out the issues that we need to address today. And before that, just one point of clarification. Originally, the meeting was not scheduled to be videotaped because only the meetings that are regularly agendized are videoed. But Mr. Beringer and myself and the general manager got together yesterday and decided that it would be in the best interest to rearrange the budget to provide funding for the meeting, so it will be videoed and available on the web. I would like to remind, however, that AGP provides good service, but they're not cheap. So this meeting will cost about $400 to videotape, and we'll go forward with it. With that, Mr. Gruber, would you like to make your comments?
Thank you, President Thompson, board members. I'd like to also remind everybody we have a farmers market today at 2:30, so if our cars aren't out of there by then, I think we're going to be in big trouble with the lions. So, along with the pancake breakfast comment. So I just want to kind of summarize for a few minutes, if I could, what triggered this meeting, where we were and where we are now. Hopefully that'll set the tone for the meeting and kind of have everybody maybe take a deep breath and say we're not really in as bad a situation as we originally thought. What triggered these last two meetings, the San Simeon wells were trending downward. We could not operate the SR4 well due to permit requirements. Those permit requirements require us to have a 3-foot level in the WBE well. Staff had concerns relating to the WBE well and not being able to operate the SR4 well, falling below the 3-foot level. The Santa Rosa aquifer currently is full. Staff has measured the WBE well in the past with a tape measure. So in other words, how did we determine if we could run the SR4 well? And we did that pretty much by sticking a tape measure down in the WBE well casing, and if it was below 3 feet, we couldn't run it. If it was above 3 feet, I think we all agree that's probably not the most technologically advanced way to groundwater management our basin. So that was unreliable, and it's inconsistent at best. Staff installed what they call a data logger. If you go over to the WBE well over by the wastewater treatment plant, you'll see it. A data logger that the WBE well levels, it monitors them and records them on a continuous basis. We allowed for a week or so of trending to gather enough data to see if the WBE well rose above the 3-foot mark on a regular basis. So we wanted to make sure that it wasn't an anomaly, that we had enough data to see if that WBE well rose above 3 feet, which triggered our ability to run the SR4 well. We use technology to assist us with the groundwater basin management. We have been running the SR4 well since last Friday. That's the well over by the high school, if everybody is not familiar with where that well is. And therefore, the 19 acre-feet shortfall that we originally estimated, based on the fact that we couldn't run the SR4 well, is no longer an issue, has been eliminated. Further automation of the WBE well as it relates to the SR4 well. What we're doing, staff is in the process of digging a trench out there. You've probably seen it. We've installed a NEMA 4 box. That's a technical term for an electrical box that holds components. The box is installed. We're going to install a radio into that NEMA 4 box that would automatically send a signal from the data logger that's already installed from the WBE well to the SR4 well, letting the SR4 well know when to turn itself off and on. We've gone from a tape measure to a fully automated system that should be completed by, we anticipate, by the end of next week. I want to talk a little bit about groundwater management. It is important to note that the Santa Rosa well levels are almost full. With full automation, we can utilize the water within the Santa Rosa aquifer. It is my goal, and the district's goal, to run and or operate the SR4 well during the fall and the winter months as the community's primary water source, and allow for the San Simeon wells to be used as a secondary source of water. What that means is you would have your Santa Rosa well running primarily, and then if your demand exceeded what the Santa Rosa, the SR4 well could produce, which is about 530 gallons a minute, which comes out to about 700,000 gallons a day, if that demand could not be met, then the San Simeon wells would kick on as a secondary well, thus allowing the San Simeon wells to reach significantly higher levels during the fall and winter. And this would enable the district to use the San Simeon wells during the spring and summer. This will require one final step in the overall transformation of the SR4 well. That would be to install a sewer line off the reclaimed water tanks. It's still a weak link out there, and we need to take care of that. The reclaimed tanks are still the weak link in the system as regarding the SR4 well. It does not give us the necessary flexibility required for short run times on the filter. So we want to be able to get that sewer line installed, and we're in the process of doing that. Little note I wrote myself last night, we have to ask ourselves, what can we do better from a groundwater management basin perspective when the Santa Rosa aquifer is full, which it is now, and the San Simeon is just a few feet above sea level. I think that's one of the concerns that we have. We hear a lot about the San Simeon well field, but we have not heard a lot about the Santa Rosa aquifer or our well levels there. And because of permit requirements, we're not able to run it. Hopefully, by what I've outlined, it'll be helpful in helping the community and the board rest a little easier, knowing that with full automation and a more effective basin management protocol, that we are making significant improvements relating to the community's water supply. Remember, this could have never been done before because the SR4 well, which is out at the high school, was run and operated manually up until last year. So from 2001 to about last year, before we started working on the SR4 well, that well was run manually, and it really restricted our abilities to manage our groundwater basin. The board has directed staff to evaluate other alternatives relating to enhancing the community's water supply, and I'm very pleased to discuss these ideas that we have formulated. I wanted to acknowledge the staff. I always want to do that. The last couple of weeks have been long days. We've prepared some think tanks, some creative outside-of-the-box working environments, some brainstorming, particularly the water department, who is Mike, Jason, Ben, and Justin. They've been working about 14-hour days for the last 10 days. And with that, I just wanted to kind of give you an overview of where we were. Again, our concerns were relating to we could not run the SR4 well. We've been able to do that through automation now. And then we do have some recommendations to the board that staff wants to present to them at a later point in time. With that, I'll turn it back over to the board president.
Okay. We have quite a few requests to speak under public comment. Because of that, I would ask that everyone really make a good effort to keep to 3 minutes out of respect to your fellow speakers. I would also request that you direct all comments to the chair and be courteous to your fellow speakers, the other board members, and the staff. I guess you can do whatever you want with me, but please, I ask that you be courteous and respectful in your comments.
Mr. President, would it be possible or would it be wise for us to, there's a very lengthy report that was prepared by staff, and since comment on this emergency meeting can only be done on the issue at hand, would it be good to go through, can we go through that, or are we just going to do that? It's just a thought. In other words, go through the report first and then hit the comment, or let's go.
Well, I think there's some folks that don't want to be here for 5 hours.
That's right,
so,
okay. Good point, good point.
We will we'll start with the public comment, and the cards will be read in the order in which they were received. That's the way we always do it, and so that's the way we'll proceed today. So the first person that submitted a card is Kathy Smith.
Hate to be first. I'd like to address the board and obviously the community here on a couple of issues that are probably not of as much of importance as many that others will speak about. But it is a concern that I've seen for quite a while since living here for 11 years. The restaurants, I noticed, just started implementing, or at least one of them that I was observing this week, a sign and not offering water off the bat. That's been going on, you know, a couple of years ago. They were required to put a sign up to try and defer some of the costs. They were charging for water. I don't really understand why it's only when we're in crisis that this happens. It should be all year long. We're Californians. We live here. We have to conserve water everywhere in California. And so I'm not offended. I'm a water drinker. I'm not offended if I have to ask for a glass of water. And if I'm having iced tea, I don't want water. So it's just something that I think the restaurants in town should be aware of, and really it shouldn't be offensive to anybody to just ask for water rather than be given it when you sit down at a table. The other thing I noticed is that many people in town have been talking in the paper about recirculating pumps or their issues of having a bucket in the shower. We've had a recirculating pump in our house for 11 years. We were told it would only last 2 years when it was installed. It's still going strong. And I can get into my shower, turn it on, walk in. There is warm water, then moves to warmer water, but I can start my shower almost immediately. So I really highly recommend the CCSD look into that. I think they were giving them out a while back, and I haven't heard anything about that recently. We met a couple this week from Escondido, another drought area. They're renting a house here for the second year in a row. They had no idea we had a water issue here. I'm not quite sure why, and obviously we're afraid to offend tourists and visitors. We shouldn't be. Those people were probably offended that we were not letting people know they needed to conserve water when they're having their own water issues. They also had a leak in their shower that they said was so bad that it was streaming water in their vacation rental. And so I just encourage all owners and all management people of any house, whether it be rental or not, to be conscientious about checking for leaks and taking care of it. We live here, let's be responsible people. And so that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Smith. Next, we have Christine Hendricks.
Good morning. I don't know if we'll have an opportunity to comment again later, but I had two things. One was at the final conclusion of the last meeting, Director Clift mentioned that most of the community and indeed the other directors did not realize that the moratorium, the building moratorium, had been removed. I certainly did not know that. He said only one other person at the county. I'd like an explanation of that because the people I've talked with this week were also not aware that that had been removed. Now that the board has mismanaged Cambria's water to the point of a crisis, this is not the time to add desalination to our problems. We've been through this. The Coastal Commission has made clear that There really is no appropriate place in our protected landscape for either drilling for water or for an outflow of toxic products from desalination. We cannot grow our way out of this problem. The suggestion that adding more people to the community will save more water is, it's on its face ridiculous, as well as in its details. Let's let this crisis be an opportunity for the board to see a different vision of Cambria, not as an endlessly growing community sucking in living ocean water and creatures and spitting back toxic products, but a community of artists and merchants welcoming visitors who wish to experience the beauty and natural wonders of which we are the stewards. Those laws are in place not for the board to circumvent, but to defend. Cambria could be an example to the world of sustainable living rather than another dried up, overused resource. Cambria deserves a better vision. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ivey. Okay, and next we have, Karen Dean.
Good morning. I'm going to start with just a little bit of history of this year and then get to my point, because there's a lot of people here who have not been following what's been going on. At the beginning of this year, we sat here and listened to a presentation by Ms. Mattos, a study the CCSD paid tens of thousands of dollars to have done to show how we can save enough water by conservation and retrofit to start building again. She had all kinds of graphs and data to back this plan up. It looked good on paper and almost had me convinced. But I felt it needed a couple years to prove it really was working before we jumped into opening up more connections. And still, it was not a new source of water. It was squeezing more water out of folks who are already doing an excellent job of conserving so others could have it. You voted to put this plan in place. You gave out shower heads and aerators. You required homes to be retrofitted upon resale or remodel. And you created a points bank for water you perceived to have been saved for new growth through these retrofits. You plan to allow new projects to buy these points in lieu of actually retrofitting more existing homes themselves to help speed up the process of building without really knowing if that paper water was really out there. You forged ahead with changing your code and laying the groundwork so you could have all your ducks in a row for the time you felt ready to issue the letters of intent. I believe you intended to decide how many to begin with at next week's meeting. Meanwhile, we're in the second year of a drought. You had a well out of production since early spring to work on equipment, which has taken months. You didn't ask the public to cut back more then to help make up for that loss of production or the drought, because by asking that, you'd be admitting you're concerned about not having enough water. With the economy improving, tourism has increased. Vacation rentals have increased. Second homeowners are here more. Baby boomers are retiring here, all creating more water use. One person after another has stood up here and expressed their very valid concerns that increased use, the drought, creeks running low earlier than normal are affecting our aquifers, and the lack of a sustainable source of new water. Their concerns have fallen on deaf ears. Every meeting, your response has been the same. We live here too. If we weren't sure of this, we wouldn't be moving forward on this. We don't want our water supply in jeopardy either. We have the data. People have to save 1.7 to 1 to build. There will be no increased water demand from this plan. At the August regular meeting, staff informed us the monitoring well at Santa Rosa Creek dropped below the permitted level and pumping had to be stopped. Still no request for the public to conserve more. Still the board planning on moving forward on discussing the number of possible intent to serve letters at the September 26th meeting. Concerns were expressed again by the public about the critical condition of our water supply. Again, the same response. We live here, we have the data, we wouldn't put the town's water supply in danger. Just 1 week later, we have an emergency water crisis. Not enough water last 2 months, and you're asking us to cut back by 15%, commercial users 10%, is what I read in the agenda today. I have one sentence left. May I say it?
Certainly.
Well, 2 sentences. 1 million gallons a day during Pine Dorado was used. That is more water in 1 day than we have used in the entire 19 years my husband and I have owned our home. And looking at your figures of how many acre feet we have left as of September 3rd, We had to have had a shortfall long before Pine Dorado began. Please listen to your public, and I'm not quite sure about this miracle that has just happened with the water.
Thank you, Ms. Dean. Next, we have Alan Dean.
Good morning. This is from your public record from David Hirsch to the board, dated March 16th, which I have a copy for you. And in his conclusion, he says, in conclusion, the reality here is that there is still a finite, limited supply of water that has not been replenished or augmented since the emergency declaration in 2001. Fundamentally, nothing has really changed since the board declared the Water Code Section 350 water shortage emergency. This is particularly true if the reduction in consumption is a result of the regulations and restrictions that the district has adopted and not the current economy. In that sense, those regulations and restrictions have simply achieved precisely what they were designed to do. In a sense, if the moratorium was to be lifted, the new water connections permitted, and increased use allowed, it would undermine what has been saved and achieved. In a sense, the community's success in reducing water use and demand would result in being more vulnerable in future droughts and as well not meeting the requirements when the moratorium was established of suspending issuance of additional intent to serve letters until it is found that significant water is available to serve current and future demands. You haven't found it yet. This is from your council telling you that you might be here like you are today dealing with this problem. You need to deal with it before you issue intent to letters. I'm not against it. I want a new source of water first, and I think a lot of people behind me feel the same way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. Mahala Burton.
Mahala Burton, Cambria. Actually, I'm going to read something, but first I would like to say that Coastal Development Permit 132-18, condition number 4, restricts Santa Rosa Creek to emergency uses. It's not supplemental water for mistakes by the CCSD. For 2.5 years, this board has spent countless hours creating policies and voting in lockstep to allow the issuance of intent to serve letters to waterless, worthless lots and directing staff to find ways around the California 350 water supply emergency in place. Cambria has a well-documented limited supply of water. There was no perfect storm of unforeseeable events leading to this crisis of no water for the community. The board was cautioned by the CCSD engineer of events that can threaten our water supply, and those events happened: drought, mechanical failure. Notice was given, but this board chose to ignore it even in August, 1 month ago, telling the community we have nothing to worry about and continuing on with their scheme of getting water to those vacant, waterless lots. Finally, in our representative democracy, the elected board members are the bosses, not the staff appointed to assist them. The board creates policies and directs staff to implement them. The buck stops with the board. I ask this board to resign, not wait for a recall, but do the right thing now.
Thank you, Ms. Burton. Next, we have Roger Andriola.
Good morning, board members, President. I'd like to especially second, I think it was the second speaker who mentioned this is a protected special place and we should not desecrate it with desalination. Now, these are my comments. Cambria does not now, nor has it ever, suffered from a water shortage. It suffers from a shortage of water storing forest and water saving understory. In fact, historically, Cambria suffers from and has spent a fortune combating too much water, trying to forestall the devastating recurring floods to which it is prone. Cambria's problem, self-inflicted, is its own self-imposed forested watershed land clearing campaign. On March 22nd, 2012, in a local press, fascinating front page juxtaposition of cause and effect, the CCSD, while anguishing over its water needs options, was calling for the massive forest fire fuel reduction project, what in reality was a forested watershed water reduction project, which, like all deforestation campaigns, dramatically reduces our water supply. Every tree cut down, every understory destroyed, does more than destroy wildlife habitat and diminish the quality of life for all of us. It changes Cambria's historic, forested, undisturbed understory microclimate, transforming its cool, calm, wet, fogged-in, fire-free summer season into warmer, windier, drier, fire-prone weather, both creating the conditions to bring wildfire where it had not been before, and equally critical, causing drought and decreased water supply. Simply put, forests store water. Deforested, denuded, barren watershed slopes do not. What could you do to make matters worse? Use rate structures always determine consumption patterns, and the CCSDs is certainly no different. Even the false appearance of a water shortage can be cured overnight by correcting the CCSD's draconian rate-paying structure, what some call legalized theft, from one that both discourages conservation and encourages water waste to one that does just the opposite.
Excuse me, Mr. Andreoli, are you close to being finished?
I will finish whenever you tell me to. I have one short paragraph.
Please continue.
Okay, thank you. Instead of charging ratepayers nearly $90 for using no water at all, charge the conspicuous consumption of water to encourage water conservation and discourage water waste. Thank you kindly.
Thank you, Mr. Andreoli. Next, we have Frank D'Amico.
Good morning. In late 2008, the CCSD Board appointed an ad hoc utilities committee to develop a capital projects plan for the upgrade, improvement, and expansion of the water and wastewater infrastructure for Cambria. Capital improvement projects were a need recognized by the entire community. Everyone realized that the existing water and wastewater infrastructure was aged and deteriorating. In April of 2009, at a board meeting, the committee presented the consensus plan for major maintenance and capital projects to the full board and community. Key projects were a hydrologic study of the aquifer, rodeo grounds pumping station replacement, Stewart Street tanks upgrade, Pine Knolls connection pipeline, SCADA system for the water system, SCADA system for the wastewater system. Those key projects amounted to approximately $4 million expenditures. Total major maintenance and capital projects totaled over $6 million. These important projects have not been brought to fruition at this time. The failure of SR4 reinforces the need for a system-wide major maintenance and capital improvement program. This board has ignored their responsibilities to maintain the facilities of the utility. They have exacerbated a drought risk to the community by continuing to ignore preventive maintenance and aging infrastructure. I've recently found out that the aging infrastructure and the problems is causing fines to be levied against the community. In fact, this board has abandoned its commitment to improve capital infrastructure by failing to propose a rate case to the community with the commitment to the funding going to existing utility infrastructure, improvement, upgrade, and replacement, without any diversions to any politically sensitive projects such as the desal. This board has ignored the needs for the utilities by not undertaking either an aggressive maintenance of existing facilities, as example by the SR4 failure, or capital projects to replace aged facilities. Understand that the Utilities Committee chose a list of projects based on the following measures of value: reliability of operations, improved fire protection, customer service and improvement, and environmental compliance improvement. The board has now failed in each of these measures. Reliability of operations, SR4. Improved fire protection, we have little water left in the San Simeon aquifer. Service reliability improvement, we are all here because the service reliability is being challenged. The board has worsened the impact of the historical cycle of drought by permitting the breakdown of one of its facilities that service the community from one of its two major water sources. Why wasn't the call for restrictions issued as soon as SR4's productivity was compromised and an imminent crisis was evolving? That goes to time. Okay. I have two comments just as an observation. Yes, thank you. What was the board doing during the times from 2009 and here? Over the past 2.5 years, the board's attention has been diverted by the inexplicable and surreal distraction the board has been on to issue granting additional letters of intent to serve the waitlist properties. How this board thinks it can issue letters of intent to serve when a week and a half ago, they were finding it improbable that they could actually serve their present customer base. This is folly, plain and simple. Please take responsibility for both the inaction and your ill-conceived actions. Apologize to the community. Institute a process for a rate increase and do the job you were hired to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. D'Amico. Next, we have Tina Dickinson.
Tina Dickinson, Cambria. I absolutely take issue with what our general manager, his remarks as he opened this morning, what triggered this meeting, what triggered September 9th's meeting. As many who watched and were here on August 22nd were told by Director Clift that we didn't have to change our water consuming patterns. And yet 2 weeks later, we find ourselves in a crisis. I have noticed a frenzy of activity. I live on Park Hill, a frenzy of activity, and I have photographed. This was Cleith Harris, geologists, have been down at the monitoring wells and at the water treatment plant doing soil borings from 0 to 34 feet. I have pictures. I have talked to Bryce, the geologist who's been out here. There has been an absolute frenzy of activity to do what you're doing at SR4. And for you to come here and say today that everything's fine. For 2 years we've been in a drought and you've done nothing. You have not addressed any of the emergency conservation issues, none whatsoever. You've been on the path to building. And now you find yourself here with all of these folks and many more who are not attending who wish they could be. I think it is shocking. I would like to show you now that we have many pages full of petition signatures. We continue to gather, and I'm saying this: you are not doing the job you were elected to do, and you either start rescinding what you've done regarding the moratorium, or you will find yourselves out of the seats you sit there right now.
Thank you, Ms. Dickinson. Next, we have Mary Webb.
Mary Webb, Cambria. I don't have prepared remarks because I don't really have much to say more to you. I've been down here for 13 years saying the same thing. And what I'd really like to do is thank this community who does get it, and these amazing activists who have gone out there, beat the streets, stood in front of the post office, tried to let people know what's going on, even though we've been criticized, marginalized, discounted, called names. When we knew this was going to happen, we knew where we were headed, we've been sounding the alarm, sounding the bell, and here we are again, and all you've been doing for 2.5 years is lifting the moratorium so we can build again. Give me a break. Paso Robles is out of water. The county is having a county-wide water problem. Why would you think we're any different? Your lawyers have told you in 2011 we're headed on this path and that you cannot lift the moratorium, and what did you do? You ignored our legal advice. We pay for that. You have failed this community, and you need to save us the trouble of recalling you by stepping down. Thank you. And
Thank you, Ms. Rodden.
I especially want to thank Mahala Burton, Elizabeth Bettenhausen, Tina Dickinson, Rick Hawley, Cindy Hawley, a long, long group of people of years and years of their donating, volunteering, spending their money, spending their time to educate people in this community while they were being punished. One activist here punished, charged $50,000 by the CSD for getting it right by saying that the Water Master Plan was completely, it's illegal, that we should have won that suit, and instead, what we hear now is that the Water Master Plan is it's invalid. Yeah, that's right, we knew that. The data in it is wrong.
Thank you, Ms. Webb. Jesse Arnold.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I generally agree with what's been said before, so I'm not going to repeat it, not every detail. I don't think you should resign. I think you should go ahead and do your job, see if you get recalled. But obviously, resigning, Anyway, I just have one small suggestion. Maybe you could consider closing the public restrooms and using porta potties to cut that use of water. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arnold. Shirley Bianchi.
Good morning. I have one small suggestion. If you call two names, the second person can be coming to the front while the first person is speaking, and it saves a lot of time. I wrote my comments because of the meeting last week. Words have consequences. In May of 1981, Bill and I attended the last of the Regional Coastal Commission meetings. The issue was, at that time, the issue with the district was raising the number of building permits the commission would allow in Cambria from 82 or 83, my memory doesn't quite remember that one, to 125 per year, with a one-year increase of 250 building permits. Bill presented data that, contrary to what the CCSD at that time thought, there was not a 40-year supply of water in the San Simeon Aquifer. Well, someone insulted him verbally. It made me so angry that I became involved politically, and here I am some 30 years later still at it. So I beseech everyone in this room to treat words with a great deal of respect, use them responsibly, because they do have consequences you will never know about. And because we're all human, mistakes are made. Some of them monumental. It was, in my opinion, a monumental mistake on the part of the board and our staff to even think about serving intent to serve letters. But from meetings with the board member, I realized that the board honestly thought the water to be used for the houses, should they be allowed to be built by the board of supervisors, would be offset by water savings elsewhere in the system. That did not make that board member corrupt or non-feeling or lying or anything else. Just, in my opinion, monumentally mistaken. Further, there is no way to know, unless you are a close friend or relative, what is going on in a board member's personal life. As an example, when I was still a supervisor, I was attending a meeting here in Cambria, and someone began verbally abusing me. It was about 2 weeks after our profoundly mentally disabled son had died, which this person obviously didn't know or care. My emotional reserves were pretty low at that point, and I knew if I stayed in that meeting, I would have verbally attacked that person in response, big time, and it would not have been pretty. My plea is to cut people some slack. You don't know what they're dealing with outside of the meetings. The author of the book of Proverbs in the Hebrew Bible had absolutely no connection to Cambria's water problems, this district, or intent to serve letters when the author wrote some 2,700 years ago, "A mild answer calms wrath, but a harsh word stirs up anger." Words do have consequences. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bianchi. Next, we have Susan McDonald, followed by John Terwilliger.
I would like to have some more information about the use of the Santa Rosa Creek wells. I would have liked to have heard the staff report on that before we started this discussion. I think it's good to have all the information before we speak. I'm concerned about the increased use of the wells. There are reasons the community has used San Simeon for years as a primary source. I'm wondering what has changed with that. I didn't see an explanation of that. I don't support circumventing environmental protection to use the Santa Rosa Creek wells. We are continually facing a water crisis in this community. There's a lot of anxiety in Cambria today. People are very worried about water. This is not the first time we felt this way in the 35 years that I've lived here. It keeps happening. It keeps us up at night. I believe this is the time for the board to take bold action with a real project that will actually provide an auxiliary source of water for the community now when we need it, and as an insurance policy against droughts, well malfunctions, and other threats to our water supply in the future. It's my opinion that the proposed temporary portable reverse osmosis unit will do just that. I suggest that the board declare a water emergency today and immediately direct staff to do whatever it takes to get an RO unit up and running right away. The unit would specifically be used only for emergencies and not for new growth. Please be bold, take action. We're hearing a lot of things about future projects, which we definitely need, but we are in trouble. This is not going to go away, and we need to do something now for the community's peace of mind that we all need. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McDonald. Next, we have John Terwilliger, followed by Norma Workenstein, something to that effect.
Good morning. I'm John Terwilliger. I've owned a home here in Cambria since 2006. When I saw last recent article, thank you, Kathy, regarding the fact that once again the desalinization plant had raised its ugly head, and that, geez, for just $1 million we can have one, and wouldn't that be swell? I was at a number of the previous meetings, and we had the Army Corps of Engineers representatives here giving us the options that we were all supposed to vote on over on the wall. Those options all included some interesting cost analysis, sort of like the fox watching the hen house. If you ask somebody to give you analysis of a cost for something that they don't want to do, guess what's going to happen to that cost? Well, that's what we saw. $1 million for a desal plant is awfully cheap. My guess is, and I have some experience in this, you would be spending far more than $1 million just on permitting, getting it hooked up, and getting it operational. You have access, utilities, buildings. And what are going to be the operational maintenance costs? I've asked these questions before, and the response I got was, well, we have a great operating desal plant right up here in the town of Marina. Well, guess what? That operation is closed, shut down, no more. You know why? Because they would never tell you what their operational costs were. And today, the only operational cost data you can get, believe it or not, is from students at MIT that did an analysis and came up with, and remember, Marina is a town not dissimilar to ours in size and needs of water. $6 million a year, folks. That's no lie. There's not anybody here that can tell me where an operating plant is today of equal size that can give us 5 years of detailed cost analysis. Doesn't exist. The lack of understanding of this concept from this board, to me, is unacceptable. You're controlling our water future here, and you're throwing ideas that have no merit and are impossible to sustain. You want to put in a desal plant? Do you know what kind of trained operators you need? Cambria can't even keep a water well running. Hello? The answer, as is in process right now, is that we have to drink water we have already drunk. Think about it. Right now, our little neighbor town of San Simeon has a recycled water system in place. The purple pipe system for using recycled water that they have passed all the regulatory requirements on is now in place, and they can start watering all the landscapes in their town with recycled water if they choose to. We have nothing like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Terwilliger. And Norma, if you would, it's difficult to read. I believe it's Norma or Norman working. Workentein. Oh. If you would help me with the pronunciation, I'd appreciate that.
Workentein.
Thank you.
My husband and I have purchased a house here in 13, so we're privileged to be part of this community. I thank you for the time that you're granting me, and this comment is for not only the board, but for the community as well. I was glad to hear that the words "under God" were not taken out of the Pledge of Allegiance, and so in that I would like to remind all of us that that is ultimately where our source of water comes from. And I'd like to read a few verses from Job, and continuing here, he draws up the drops of water which distill as rain to the streams. The clouds pour down their moisture, and the abundant showers fall on mankind. Who can understand how he spreads out the clouds, how he thunders from his pavilion? See how he scatters his lightning about him, bathing the depths of the sea. This is the way he governs the nations and provides food in abundance. He fills his hand with lightning and commands it to strike its mark. His thunder announces the coming storm, even the cattle make known its approach. At this my heart pounds and leaps from its place. Listen, listen to the roar of his voice, to the rumbling that comes from his mouth. He unleashes his lightning beneath the whole heaven and sends it to the ends of the earth. After that comes the sound of his roar. He thunders with his majestic voice. When his voice resounds, he holds nothing back. God's voice thunders in marvelous ways. He does great things beyond our understanding. He says to the snow, fall on the earth, and to the rain shower, be a mighty downpour. And I would just like to call the community to recognize that we're at God's mercy, and prayer is our means to intercede on our behalf in this situation, both for knowledge and wisdom, and also for his blessing of rain. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Workentine. Next, we have Jim Webb, followed by Barbara Tahan.
Good morning, Board. My name's Jim Webb, local Cambria resident. I'm also a member of the Cambria Fishing Club, have been for many years, and one of our ongoing concerns is about the viability of our local steelhead population. And I thought I would tell a little story. Earlier this year, I took my wife down to the lagoon at Shamla Park, and she had her first kayak lesson, which was successful. And as we headed up towards the Windsor Bridge in the creek, all along the way there were fish jumping on both sides of the kayak, all the way up to the bridge. It was just magnificent. There were herons up in the trees that were looking at these fish eagerly, and it was just a beautiful, healthy ecosystem. Several months later, I went back, and I could have driven my truck from Shamel Park to the Windsor Bridge. There was no water. The creek had been dewatered completely. Subsequently, it has come back some, but I just wanted to point out that for animals and fish that rely on that water, it's not a question of inconvenience or if it's yellow, let it mellow, or anything of that sort. They rely on it to drink and to live. And when that creek was dewatered, they died, every one of them. And if you want to get a report card on how things are going here in Cambria, take a drive up Highway 1 and look at the lagoons on other creeks that don't have a community like Cambria attached to it. They are healthier, they're virtually free of algae and growth, and they have fish, turtles, and a whole host of other kinds of wildlife present. So I would like to see this community take seriously its responsibility as stewards over those animals and allow them to live. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Webb. Barbara Tahan, followed by Paul McDonald.
Hello, my name is Barbara Tahan, and I was here last week. I would just like to reiterate what I said last week, and that is I'm currently a full-time resident. I've had a home in Lodge Hill for 6 years, and I'm very confused, and I don't have all the expertise that other speakers have come up and been able to quote, but just simply from a logical standpoint, how could you have letters of intent to serve and 17 days later have a water emergency? That's just a simple question from a person who doesn't have the vast knowledge. And I think a lot of people are perplexed by that. And I do have to say, Jerry, that your remarks at the meeting's beginning last week, as Ms. Bianchi said, words have consequences, and you made a joke out of it. You later recanted that, but again, this meeting, you said, don't make a big deal out of it. This is a damn big deal.
Thank you, Ms. Tahan. Next, we have Paul McDonald, followed by James Mulrooney.
Well, good morning, Mr. President, members of the board, and Mr. Gruber and staff. My name is Paul McDonald. I'm a Park Hill resident, and I'm sure you've heard this quote before, whiskey's made for drinking, water's made for fighting. As some of you know, I've been active in local government affairs for many years, including serving as an elected official. I feel your pain today. In addition to serving as a county treasurer tax collector, in the private sector, I served a number of water districts as an advisor and a banker. So I know a little bit more than the average person about government and water districts. My comments today are not directed at the specific measures that you're taking up, but rather I wanted to put the general challenges as I see them in perspective. And before I do that, I do want to thank the Honorable Shirley Bianchi for her cogent comments. Words do have effect, and I appreciate that. Thank you, Shirley. The district was formed to provide services, not to control growth. Many people seem to forget that. I know your board understands its responsibilities in this regard. Now, we all know that the state of California, and Cambria in particular, is prone to drought. There is nothing new to this story. And guess what? In a drought, there's not enough water to go around for everyone who's there already, including the critters. That's what a drought means. Now, the district has attempted for a very, very long time, over 20 years, to try and deliver a drought protection solution for its existing customers and the critters, which we all do love. Now, say what you will about the desalination projects, and for the record, I am not advocating today for a desalination project. They were designed specifically to serve the existing residents and preserve the environment of the creek, not to promote growth. Now, we don't need to point fingers as to why we have moved on from that particular project. I know this board is committed towards working to a solution. No, you're not perfect. None of us are. But I know you're committed to finding additional supply and improving the infrastructure of the system. Your job would be a lot easier if you did not get criticized by people every time you turn around. I believe you deserve the community's continued support as you grapple with the tough decisions. Yes, you can be criticized, but we don't need the ad hominem attacks. So I'd like to express my gratitude to you today. Thank you for your service, and I wish you well.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. So Mr. Mulrooney, followed by Richard Hawley.
Has any information that's been available publicly to newspapers, magazines, current events, shows of the nature of the drought that's emerging, National Oceanic predicted this last year. Has that ever been a consideration in this board? Have you ever looked at the climate issue as it might affect this town? And if not, why not? Certainly, any measures you've taken so far have not considered that. And I think it's time to start looking at that, because the prediction for California in this part is that it's going to continue and it's going to get more severe. Start looking at the scientific data that's there and then commit a plan to it. And you've heard enough, and it's very eloquent speakers, but my feeling is you need to start looking at this data that's available for the future. But I think Frank said it very well today. I don't think there's too much to add to what he said, but start looking at reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mulrooney. Next, we have Richard Hawley, followed by Elizabeth Bettenhausen.
Good morning. My name is Richard Hawley. I'm a Cambria resident. Just a couple of things I'd like to add on to what Mr. D'Amico was saying about some of the things that need to be taken care of as we inhabit this beautiful coastline. One of them is to do habitat conservation plans on both Santa Rosa and San Simeon Creek. Matter of fact, the State Water Resources Control Board asked you to do that on Santa Rosa Creek a number of years ago, and you've completely sidestepped that at every opportunity. So I'm challenging you to do that. And with that habitat conservation plan, you'll actually develop a water budget that we can live by. The other thing that was brought up was our forest. You have a forest management plan that's been completed by the community, and you refuse to do anything about it. Another project sitting there waiting that nothing's been done, while you spend millions of dollars on useless studies. The last thing I'd like to say is that, well, I wish you luck on this. I know it's difficult. I think you're putting your eggs in the wrong basket, and you need to look at the climate change. You need to start thinking about your infrastructure. You've got to start looking at the sewer plant and getting ready to move it someplace else because it's in danger of sea level rise. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Hawley. We have Elizabeth Bettenhausen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm Elizabeth Bettenhausen. I have lived here for over 11 years, and I think Cambria is a wonderful town, isn't it? Cambria pines by the sea. That's many license plates say that. Tourists love to visit Cambria. Retirees sing, play bridge, go to the gym, often not enough. The schools are excellent in Cambria. They're going to get better. So many people volunteer in so many different ways in Cambria. It's really stunning. We have great restaurants. I won't name my particular two that I really like. We have Pine Dorado once a year. We have scarecrows for a whole month so far, well, actually 5 weeks this time. We're pretending that we're Germany for another month. Hoch soll sie leben. You know, I won't go into my German background too much. Many vacation rentals are here, over the number you last gave. Apparently now it's over 300, although we aren't supposed to be getting many more. We have motel rooms and beds and breakfasts, and just what a gorgeous place Cambria is. We have shops full of antiques and art and trinkets and clothes proclaiming Cambria. We should put CA because it's not PA. When we celebrate the wonders of Cambria, we must not, however, talk about other aspects of our town. Families are so poor in Cambria, dozens and dozens and dozens of them, that each family lives in one small motel room. Full-time jobs in Cambria often don't get workers out of poverty. Between 25 and 30% of the people who work here full-time are in poverty. We make tourism more important than the well-being of all the full-time residents. We have a private property motto. If I can pay for it, I deserve it. And we believe that the earth can always recover from what human beings do in overuse and destruction of so much of it, including here in Cambria. You can add to both lists. Wonderful, and then we have our secrets. How can we as a community choose and work for the well-being of all in this community? I think we must consider the aspects that are usually ignored, repressed, and denied. I think having more big meetings like this was not initiated by a crisis, but because we're going to prove that democracy works. That'd be another way to make the well-being and commonwealth of all our concern. How about changing the belief so prevalent in this town, and I've been out in the streets lately listening to people talk about this town, changing the belief that we live in a world of unlimited resources. We can work for the interests. I hear the buzzer, sir. We can work all my 9 minutes are going to be used. Work for the interests of all members of the community, and not only for the people who are just like us in our groups that we belong to. And I think we could manage directly and fairly the utilities. If we keep acting to make Cambria a booming tourist town with unlimited use of water, space, neighborhoods, we will collapse. If we think proclaiming stewardship of water as a goal without taking any solid and significant steps toward that goal, we will collapse. If we spend tens of thousands of dollars, our dollars, to dream up conservation plans and then refuse to hold water users publicly accountable for their profligate use of water, we will collapse. My final comment. I have participated in these meetings for 11 years, a wonderful Cambria. I have analyzed hundreds of your documents. I have been transparent in all of my positions and interests. And now I say this. Given the high stress among the CCSD staff right now, and I mean high, given the strongly biased and often inept administration by CCSD management, and given the CCSD Board of Directors' inability to fulfill many of their elected responsibilities, this all makes me fear for the immediate and long-term future of this district and grieve for those who live in it and around it and for the fragile, long, life-giving environment. And I'd like to dedicate my remarks to the picture of those wonderful 2 dolphins that was on the Cambrian a few weeks ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bettenhausen. We have one final speaker of the public comment. That's Jeff Walters.
Good morning. I wasn't here earlier. I wasn't sure if this is timed. Is that correct?
3 minutes, Mr. Walters.
Thank you. Basically, I wanted to address some of the issues, past, present, and future, as far as the water issues in Cambria. I'm sure you're well aware of droughts that have affected Cambria throughout its history. There was actually a fairly good article in the Cambrian just yesterday, and also one in the Tribune about some of those issues. My family's been here since 1980, and we also went through the drought during 1988. So we're well aware of the measures that have gone here in Cambria to try and reduce water usage that are actually still in place today. Those issues and the drought that occurred in 1988, I do remember pretty well. And I'd say that this drought that we're in is more severe, and it's also part of a trend. Regardless of the political nature of global warming, it's pretty much scientifically proven throughout the rest of the world, and most of the scientific community agrees that global warming is an issue. What we're involved in is not a one-time issue, but rather a trend. And the problem with that is that the mitigation issues that we already have in place will not obviously take care of the trend that we're in. We need to have water from other sources. I understand that there was a lot of issue about the reclamation of seawater and trying to convert it into fresh water from saline, and the problems with transporting wastewater or waste sludge from that plant. Also, it made it economically infeasible. Also, the way the plant was implemented made it difficult to put in as far as offense to the environment. I recognize that those are issues, but I think that possibly that we could go back to it and try different technologies and try and, shall we say, bid on different technologies that might be able to do it better. If they can do it in Saudi Arabia, why can't we do it here, is basically my real point. Those are some of the past issues. The present issues, like I said, are the trends. You're involved in a trend, folks. This is not going to slow down. It's not going to stop happening. It's not a one-time event. We are now in a new climate. We won't be getting more water. Sorry to tell everybody this, but that's not it just isn't going to be the case. And if we stick our heads in the ground and try to think that we're going to get more water by sticking our heads in the ground, guess what? You're going to find out that the water table is continuing to recede, and the farther you stick your head in the ground, the more you'll find that it's receding. It's not going to change. We need to have the water recharged, replenished. It has to come back into the system. Otherwise, Cambria will die of thirst. There's no other way around that. So if you don't start taking mitigation for trying to fix that, we're going to have some real problems. And before I leave, I also want to talk about the future of Cambria. The fracking issue in this country, and already is happening in California, is a real concern for Cambria and its future water supply and use, especially as far as groundwater. If we allow fracking in this area, anywhere in the San Luis Obispo County, Cambria's water tables will be at risk and possibly could be damaged forever. So I think that what should be considered for future resolutions by this board and consideration is that there should be a drawn up a referendum on fracking, that it should not occur in San Luis Obispo County. I think that the board should talk to San Luis Obispo supervisors about drawing up a unanimous referendum to make sure that fracking does not occur in the county. Otherwise, we will have no water to drink unless you prefer drinking gasoline. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walters. That concludes the public comment period. I would like to take about a 10-minute break before we continue on with the meeting. Okay, could we be seated, please, so we can begin? Let us move to item 3A, continued discussion of water supply conditions and discussion of potential short-term water supply options. Did you have something additional to add under that?
No, I can introduce it and just discuss a little bit and then turn it back over to the board if that's the board's pleasure.
Very good, if you would.
Okay, I just wanted to acknowledge also that we and I'm sure everybody used the restrooms, that we've retrofitted them all with low flow stuff. So that was, we did it about 2 weeks ago here for Veterans Hall. So everything's actually been retrofitted in the men and women's bathroom here at the Veterans Hall, and we're doing the public bathrooms right now. So item 3A is continued discussion on water supply conditions and discussion of the potential shortfall water supply options. And I'd like to just go over it briefly, and then if it's okay with the board, turn it over to Bob and discuss some of the options that we've come up with. We were directed by the board to do that. So the recommendation, it is recommended the Board of Directors review and discuss this staff report relating to the CCSD water supply conditions and potential short-term water supply options and provide direction as appropriate. On page 2, just wanted to go over something real quick, is permitting requirements for the SR4 well include the level of the monitoring well WBE, which is approximately 2.7 miles downstream from the SR4 well near the intersection of Santa Rosa Creek and Windsor Boulevard. The well SR4 is currently being operated when the well level is above 3 feet or higher. Staff was able to run the SR4 well for approximately 23 hours for the period from September 13th through September 16th, producing about 2.3 acre-feet of water. Staff has been developing short-term plans to help maximize the production of the SR4 well. The attached table summarizes the short-term water supply options that have been considered to date, along with the current status. And we did meet with the Water Alternatives Ad Hoc Committee and go over these alternatives that are being proposed. Staff also met, as I indicated earlier, with the Water Ad Hoc Committee on Water Alternatives Ad Hoc Committee on September 16th to discuss options presented in the attached table. Longer-term solutions have also been explored, including the lease of treatment equipment to desalinate and further treat non-potable water for purposes of either recharging the aquifer or discharging to a location other than the current percolation ponds during the later dry season. Treatment equipment is available to meet the state criteria for such discharge, with the lease costs ranging from $40,000 to $45,000 per month. That would be the leasing of the equipment. This does not include costs associated with technical oversight, installation, and required permitting. However, permitting such approaches can take up to a year to complete. In addition, a portable desalinization unit from GE was quoted at approximately $850,000, thereabouts. This does not include costs associated with technical oversight, installation, and required permitting. Therefore, more emphasis is currently being placed on short-term options. Real quick on the discussion, if I could, at the special board meeting on September 9, 2013, staff presented the Board of Directors regarding the CCSD's current water supply conditions. At the meeting, the board provided direction to us as staff to schedule a public hearing, which is why we're here today, to consider enhanced water conservation measures, surcharge penalties, and also to present information on options to immediately augment the district's water supply. This report is being presented to continue the discussion on the district's water supply conditions and also discuss potential short-term water supply options. Since the September 9th, 2013 meeting, staff has continued to evaluate the CCSD water supply, and as of September 16th, 2013, water operations reported that the San Simeon well field, and that's the one that I talked about earlier, is at 2.84 feet above mean sea level and has a negative gradient of 0.53 feet that exists between the monitoring well and the treated wastewater percolation pond well 9P2 and the intermediate monitoring well SS4 located between the percolation ponds and the upstream potable wells. At the 2.84-foot level in the San Simeon well field, there is approximately 99 acre-feet of supply remaining in the San Simeon aquifer based on the model developed in the 2000 baseline water supply analysis. Estimated demands based on the 2007 production level is approximately 88 feet from the period of September 16th to October 31st, and 144 acre-feet from September 16th to November 30th. Depending on when adequate rainfall actually occurs during the pending rainy season. It is apparent that the Santa Rosa aquifer supply will be needed for the remaining of the current dry season. I'm almost done. The Santa Rosa well WSR4 has remained at a level of approximately 48 to 49 feet above sea level, which is only 3 feet to 4 feet below its fully charged levels. However, the SR4 well has been run infrequently this year due to a combination of factors, including equipment and control upgrades and repairs, as well as permitting requirements. As of September 1st, 2013, the SR4 well has produced a total of 55 acre-feet since May 1st of 2013. While its State Water Resources Control Board issued diversion permit sets a minimum allowable production of 260 acre-feet from May 1st to October 31st. So I know that's a lot of information. With that, what we've done is we've come up with some alternatives and one of the things that Ms. Dickinson commented on is one of the things that we are looking into, and staff, myself, or Bob Greshams, our district engineer, can go down this list and we can go through them. What we've done on the table is we've done options, and there are 8 of them altogether for the board to consider. There's descriptions, there's pros, and there's cons, and there's estimated costs and the status. So that's pretty much a summary of Staff Report 3A based on the direction that we were given by the board at the last meeting. So with that, I'll turn it back over to the board, and if staff, if we can help you in anything, just let us know.
Director Clift?
Yes, I wanted to make sure that we understand the purpose and relationship on the Windsor Bridge monitoring well and the 3-foot level that we're talking about there. Is the purpose of that, of maintaining that 3-foot level to stop saltwater intrusion, or is the purpose of it to maintain a consistent flow within the creek for the fish habitat that's been discussed here? Or is it one or the other, or a combination, or which one was the priority for setting that level, if you know it?
Okay, and also if I can get some direction at the end of this as whether I should go through that table or not, let me know. The monitoring well at Windsor Bridge is set at a 3-foot minimum level. If you go below that, you're not supposed to operate the Santa Rosa wells. As best I can tell, that permit condition occurred either in the 70s or 80s on a State Water Resource Control Board diversion permit update, and it's stayed with the permit ever since then. So it's a bit of an artifact condition, but in reviewing the record on this, I could tell there was a lot of back and forth discussions on habitat protection in particular. There was a number of requests to increase that to 5 feet versus the 3 feet, so it's been in controversy for decades on that condition. There was subsidence at one point in the 70s. So I don't know if it might have been related to the fact that they had subsidence from operating the older Santa Rosa wells when there was no San Simeon well field in existence. Or I suspect it's a combination of saltwater intrusion barrier concerns, subsidence concerns, as well as habitat concerns. That's the best I could tell from looking at the record.
My concern and the reason for asking the question is that a couple of the options include transferring water one form or another to that location to keep that well at a higher level. And my concern was that if it's for saltwater intrusion, I think that's a very efficient method of doing that. But I did not see in here anything that said if it is for fish habitat, whether there was a way to make sure that the fish habitat was protected, even though we might be bypassing the stream flow. And I guess I come back to the county right now. My understanding is they have a plan relative to the bridge dewatering and things to collect fish and move them into a protected area. And I guess the question was, I didn't see anything like that if in fact that the well situation is there to maintain a protected fish habitat. That was. Is there a plan, if it's a protected fish habitat situation, to assist? I think Mr. Hawley was here a couple of meetings ago asking for assistance in collecting fish that were trapped within some of those things, and would we be creating that kind of a situation, and if so, do we have a plan for protection of the fish habitat?
Well, that would take a qualified fisheries biologist like a Don Alley to go through that in detail to see exactly which species of fish are there. I spoke briefly with the biologist that was monitoring the county's bridge project, and I understand they were not the listed species. There was no movement of fish from that operation. So there was some speckled doss, some stickleback, which are not listed species that are in some of those pools. At this point in time, you know, a lot of that creek came down when we weren't pumping, just from the natural dryness of this year. There could have been predation occurring from raccoons, the herons. And I've seen this where they just will get in those pools and they'll eat up the fish. I mean, and so how many listed species are even left at this point? I don't know without having a qualified fisheries biologist go through it until for certain there's actually a listed species of steelhead in particular that exist in any of these pools of water at this late time in the season.
Okay.
Okay, Director Clift or Director Beringer, as members of the Water Alternatives Ad Hoc Committee, would you like to review the summary of supply options, or have Mr. Gressens begin the discussion on it?
I would like, I think Mr. Gressens could cover that just as well. I do have some comments on, I'd like to clarify a proposal. Let me mention though first, just prior to Mr. Gressens' comments, that I want to compliment the staff on working as hard as they have. It's only been 10 work days, and I'm sure it's been more than that. In fact, it's 8 work days, and I know people have been working on holidays and weekends, et cetera, and I think that they've done a fantastic job. I'd like to also comment that I think we're far better off now than we were 3 years ago compared to transparency. The amount of maintenance that's been done on our system is phenomenal, and I think Mr. Gruber inherited a crumbling infrastructure and has done a lot using the budget he has, and over the past 3 years, there's been a budget surplus. We've been gaining cash. We're going to use it, but the efficiency of the operation is extremely good, and I appreciate that. Other than that, I do have a comment about desal, but I'll do that after Bob goes through his
Okay, Mr. Gressens,
issues.
right. Could you just briefly run through the summary of your options that you provided here?
Certainly, and if AGP's Jesse could help me get that overhead going. I have the table as an overhead. It's probably going to be pretty small because we didn't have time to do a PowerPoint on this. But in the agenda packet, we have 8 options outlined, and I'll just go through it because I know it's going to be awfully small print for people to read. Option 1 is operate the well SR4 during periods when the Windsor Bridge monitoring well is above 3 feet. And what we found is, you know, depending on when this monitoring wells was read, and I think Jerry's earlier comments alluded to this, you know, it could be above or below to 3 feet. So we got much more detailed on what operating windows they can run that pump on when it was above 3 feet. So now we're getting production out of that pump. So that's helping to relieve things. And actually the San Simeon well field came up a little bit since they started operating SR4 again, based on that revised strategy. The cost of the $2,000 to $5,000 was for the instrumentation that's going in right now that he had mentioned as well. So again, just since we adopted that strategy and looked at it much closer, there was about 2.3 acre feet produced from September 13th to September 16th in that window of time. So we're getting some water out of it now. Before it was just shut down. The second one is to temporarily suspend the use of any nearby irrigation wells that could be influencing that same monitoring well. Again, from our detailed study of that monitoring well, we can see it's being lowered by a nearby irrigation well. So we've contacted that particular owner and said, you know, can we put them onto some non-potable water, say from the non-potable ag well that's off of San Simeon Creek road that we own, that's being used with watering trucks right now, get a temporary truck in there and temporary pumps that you can rent and use a watering truck to deliver water to that particular irrigator and you know, have a little longer window of time to operate SR4 as a result. So that's one thing we're pursuing as well. Number 3 is to seek regulatory relief from that 3-foot level, maybe on a temporary basis. Over time, we've put the emergency well SR4 behind the high school. So we're much further up gradient from where that monitoring wells at from, say, the old wells that were SR1 and SR3 that were shut down originally because of the MTBE issue. You're now almost 3 miles away to where this SR4 is at. So can we frame an argument that's compelling enough to say, look, give us a little temporary relief and put that forward to the State Water Resource Control Board and see whether it's approved or not. But there's a number of steps that you have to, a number of points that you have to make a good argument on. One of them is the biological needs and so forth, and that's much more difficult to try to quantify and describe in short order. But that's another possibility. And so far, we've just made the calls to see what the process would be. But if we can pursue it, we'll pursue that one too. We just weren't sure about its feasibility and whether that could actually be granted by the state. Number 4 is the artificial recharge of the shallow aquifer using a percentage of the water produced by SR4. And what that involves is putting in a recharge well right near the wastewater treatment plant. We did some soil borings a couple days ago, and we found a very good layer of permeable sand that we could put water right into and help boost that lower aquifer area where the monitoring wells are at and the sensitive lagoon and all that. So the idea there with using the SR4 water is you run it a little bit longer, you're wasting a little bit of that water by putting it back in the ground, so you're kind of moving it from that upper aquifer down to the lower aquifer and recharging it. But once you get that above 3 feet, you can run the well much longer. So we don't know if that's 50 or 100 gallons a minute at this point. We're trying to quantify that. So that's that idea. And again, the soil boring results were very favorable on that. Number 4 is an artificial recharge of the shallow aquifer using an irrigation well adjacent to the, or on, I shouldn't say adjacent, on the CCSD property at the dog park. We also drilled a boring out there a couple of days ago, found a good permeable lens of sand, and the idea there was to just use the old irrigation well that's on the dog park and pump into, so pull water from a deeper zone in the aquifer, pump into this recharge well, and then help charge the upper portion of the creek. And so that's a little more expensive. Possibly, we don't have PG&E power to that well yet. We're not sure what that well will produce. The next step on that is to actually do some purging of that well to see what it will actually produce. So we haven't quite confirmed that yet. On the next page, if we can go to the next page, Jesse. Thank you. Number 6 is water marketing and fallow agreements with agricultural irrigators. And that's not very popular with agriculture. I think we realize that. We have had one in the past with one particular rancher many years ago. The pros on that is there's no physical facilities required, but the cons are obviously it impacts agriculture. There's people lose jobs, and there's other things that happen on agriculture that upsets their operations. And then you have to figure out the value of the crop. So if they already have something planted, you have to pay that particular rancher or farmer for whatever the value of that crop is. I just put a range, $50,000 to $150,000, depending on how big the area is, what the value of that crop is. We made one initial contact, and that was not, there's just no interest was expressed in entering into that type of agreement. So that was just another option that we followed up on. 7 and 8 are a little bit more longer term, quite frankly. 7 is as an alternate point of discharge for the wastewater treatment plant effluent into the lower Santa Rosa Creek aquifer. And basically, that is taking that same permeable sand lens that we were able to confirm with its soil borings and treating the secondary effluent from the wastewater plant to a little higher degree than it is now, so we can make sure we meet the regional board's criteria. There's a Central Coast Basin plan that we have to meet. There's also, and that's also underscored by what they call historically the Porter Cologne Act, which says you cannot degrade the groundwater where you're putting this effluent. So you'd have to most likely remove some total dissolved solids with some form of desalination, maybe not to the level of seawater desalination, but some desalination on it. Take the nitrates out of the water, so there's a denitrification step involved, and then there's filtration. There might be a few more steps. We looked at what it would cost to lease that equipment, and about $40,000 to $45,000 a month. Then you'd have the cost of installing the recharge well on top of that. But that looked very favorable, and the pros on that, again, it increases that lower Santa Rosa Creek aquifer. You're avoiding that loss of water, as the earlier option was very similar, but it was using the produced water from SR4. This would take the water that's being pumped up to San Simeon Creek to the perk basins. So you're making more efficient use of your water supply. It also enhances the operator's ability to deal with this negative gradient. You heard Jerry mention a negative 0.5 feet gradient between the perk ponds and the upstream potable monitoring well. And the current conditions, we can't go any greater than a negative 0.9 on that differential. So, you know, if they get close to that negative 0.9, they have to turn on a dewatering pump basically in the middle of that perk pond area, pump it into Van Gordon Creek, and lower that hydraulic barrier between the potable wells and the salt water. And when you do that, it's just like lowering the crest of a dam. You're losing your storage behind that dam. And that's a pickle that we get into, is that you have the struggle and the differential at the dry season when the wells are down at their lowest, and all of a sudden you got to lower the dam that's storing that water. So if you take that secondary effluent and you put it in Santa Rosa, at the lower Santa Rosa instead, it's more efficient for us, particularly under the type of circumstances that we're in right now in dealing with the San Simeon differential and the low level at the monitoring well at Santa Rosa. So it kind of, all the stars kind of lined up on that as we were looking at it. The con is you know, it takes some permitting time to go through the permitting process on that, and whether you could accomplish that permitting, you know, during this dry season is kind of questionable, or whether it's acceptable to take on the risk of going without a permit. And that's the crux of that issue, is how do you permit it quickly enough to get the impact. We've located equipment that we can lease and so forth and get it out here fairly quickly. We found where it's available up in the Bay Area, so we've done that research. The last alternative is number 8, and that's some kind of a portable desalination, and this involves much a higher degree of permitting, because this would be taking your water, your spent water, either the percolated water that goes in from the wastewater plant, and desalinating that, treating it to a high degree, pumping it, upgrading from the potable wells, and letting it recharge the aquifer. So it's a bit of a indirect reuse type concept. When you go to that concept, there has to be an engineer's report submitted to the California Department of Public Health. There's a much more stringent criteria that they have published that you have to meet. And then that has to be reviewed or scrutinized by California Department of Public Health people. They in turn write a statement of findings that goes to the regional board. The regional board may add more conditions to it, and if they're in agreement with that, then the permit would come from the regional board. So that process, I understand, as a minimum takes about a year. Mm-hmm. So that's not going to help us out in the short term for the next month or two. So that was the struggle with those particular types of approaches. So I'd be glad to elaborate any further if you have questions beyond that.
Thank you, Mr. Greshams. Mr. Gruber, you had a comment to?
Just really quickly on alternative number 4, board, and alternative number 5. You know, there is a significant difference between artificial recharge and direct potable into the creeks. We just can't do that. But the permitting for an artificial recharge is significantly less. And also the water would have to be dechlorinated. Even if on an artificial recharge on 4 and 5, we'd have to dechlorinate the water, the potable water, which is not a problem. There's portable dechlorination systems with sodium thiosulfate and things like that. But we also felt that it would also provide an opportunity for environmental enhancement. We've heard a lot of discussion today on the concerns relating to the creeks and the streams. And although we can't quantifiably tell you from a hydrology perspective if it would benefit the creeks, we feel that it would at least some of that water could work its way into the creeks. And as Jim Webb indicated earlier, that they are drying up, and it's just that time of year. But we feel that options 4 and 5, if it was done properly and dechlorinated, the artificial recharge could also work as an environmental enhancement to the creek.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for providing an array of options, some of which obviously are not ones that are feasible, but it's good to have a look at a number of different areas. Before we bring it back to the board, we have several requests to comment, and I would ask that the speakers comment specifically on the issue at hand, and that would be the various supply options provided. First, we have Shirley Bianchi, and then Tina Dickinson.
Thank you for this opportunity. One comment I have on Santa Rosa Creek versus San Simeon Creek. The subsurface geology on those two creeks are entirely different. San Simeon Creek, you have almost a straight shot down the creek. Santa Rosa Creek, there are subsurface geological barriers, so that you can't equate the two as to how they're going to work. I was just scribbling notes here. The last meeting, I passed out that picture of our virtually dry stock pond, which would indicate that the watershed in San Simeon Creek is, I was telling my husband, I said, well, I'm going to comment that it's dry, and he said, and getting drier every day. So the amount of recharge that could come out of that watershed is, coming way down. And the town, when it rains in town and there's a lot of runoff, that runoff goes into the creek, but it doesn't recharge the aquifer. The recharge comes from up gradient, not from what's in town. And with the recharge wells, be really careful, not to use water that has that's turbid, has a lot of soil fines in it, because that will plug up your recharge wells, and they won't be any good. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Bianchi. Tina Dickinson, followed by Richard Hawley.
Tina Dickinson. Staff board, I do have some issues with public safety regarding what accompanied our bill last Saturday in the mail, and that is that you are asking, and I quote, each customer would need to reduce their water consumption by 773 gallons for each month to equal the total shortfall of 6,190,751 gallons. That's wrong in itself. That calculation should come up to the number of acre feet that you're short, which would be not, that's a miscalculation. It should be it's almost 20 acre feet. It should add up to. But the 773 gallons reduction per customer would result in 70% reduction for a 3-unit user, from 37 gallons a day to 11 gallons per day, while a 20-unit user would be reduced by 10%. The math is wrong, and I think that would create a huge public health and safety issue that needs to be addressed. This was not, I don't think this was really addressed very well at all. And I would ask that you carefully look at that and do some new calculations. Elizabeth Bettenhausen did some, I've done some, and it wasn't that difficult. But I think there's another way where you're going to have to really look at this, the poor 3-unit user to be expected to reduce their consumption by 70%. That's one issue. I was at the gym a week ago Saturday taking a class. All of a sudden, the door was closed and people saw the CCSD building being power washed. And so we couldn't have the door had to be shut, the guy had closed the door, so we were getting hot and somebody said, well, what's going on? I went outside and I spoke to the contractor and I was very happy to learn, and I took pictures because I had my camera with me, that he was using non-potable water from his tank, and I went up to look at his truck and I saw that he had a tank there and a generator. That is not on your list on the back of what we can do to help save water. That would be huge for anybody painting their house. I would suggest that they use non-potable water. In fact, it be mandated that it be non-potable water. So, there are lots of other ideas, but I really think you need to seriously look at what was being proposed here in the flyer that came with in our bills. I'm understanding from a rancher on San Simeon that there are major issues in San Simeon, and that he has been contacted by the CCSD. We haven't heard really about that, but I would like to know more about just how serious the San Simeon issue is. And I wish you well, because this shouldn't have come to light so quickly. This should have been dealt with a long time ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dickerson. Richard Hawley, followed by Susan McDonald.
Thank you. My name is Richard Hawley. I'm a resident of Cambria. Just a couple of comments about some of the options, and I know you guys were under a lot of pressure to come up with these, but some of the things I heard were to kind of fool the watershed by putting at the monitoring well, put a little berm of water there, and the distance between that monitoring well and SR4 is forgotten. It's the reason that's there in my analysis of the permit is to prevent seawater intrusion, but also to provide flow for the critters that live there. And there's 3 endangered species and 2 species of special concern. Plus, we have a lot of riparian vegetation that needs to be protected also. So by fooling the State Water Resource Control Board by artificially raising that monitoring well, I don't think that's going to go too far. I mean, I could see it. The other thing is the district engineer said that we could do some stuff without permits. What I would be very cautious about breaking the law. And I think, we're not going to drill our way out of this problem. What I didn't see on that list was some, instantaneous water reduction things that we can do, and that would be up to this board to take the hard step and say, look, until it rains, until we get our well things situated where we can start balancing better, we need to start rationing water by each person, not by what me as a conservationist does, 3 units, and I don't know if I can live on 11.3 gallons a day, probably, but am I going to do that when someone else is using 200 gallons a day? No, not likely. It's not fair. So each of us has to bear the burden, and that includes business. So I would like to see that as an option in your 8 options to do something right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hawley. Susan McDonald, followed by Jeff Walters.
In answer to Tina's question about San Simeon Creek, I live on San Simeon Creek. There's a large pool, normally a large pool of water near my house that has steelhead in it. We have a lot of baby fish in there. We had one very large fish recently. We've lived there about 15 years. That pool has never dried up. Neighbors say it's never dried up. It was, before we moved there, a popular swimming hole for a lot of people. It's getting very dry. We're really concerned about that. Things are happening up our creek. Neighbors who rely on springs are seeing their springs really drying up. So there is a concern on San Simeon Creek. My question for you is for items, your suggestions number 7 and 8. Are we in an emergency? I believe we are. Can we have this board or some other agency, the EPA, someone declare an emergency, and we can get one of these units in right away, not go through a whole year of permitting? Morro Bay did it in the 90s. They had an emergency very similar to what we have, and they declared an emergency and put in a desal plant that is only for emergency use, only for temporary use when they need it. They rely on it. They've used it a couple of times. It's there for times just like this, and I don't understand why we can't do that here. It's not for growth. It's temporary emergency. This is not the only time this is going to happen. It's happened over and over, and one of these days we're going to run out of these quick fixes with moving water around on these wells. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McDonald. Mr. Walters? Followed by Cynthia Hawley.
Thank you for entertaining me one more time. I just basically wanted to go over the issue one more time as far as desalinization goes, as far as possible mitigation to the environment as well, especially in regards to the comments made about the riparian environment. The environment itself is not being recharged by natural sources such as rain, which is what I was talking about as far as trends go. I think the only real opportunity for, shall we say, restoring the environment is to use natural aquifers less and go to artificial means or technological means to increase our water benefit. And I think as far as the desalinization thing goes, I noticed that it was kind of almost laughed at in some regards because I know they've had problems before in trying to implement it. And I think people thought that that was impossible. The point is that it's kind of the Boy Scout rule. Is if you fail to prepare, you are preparing to fail. And I think the real problem is right now is that you said it would take about a year to implement. Well, a year is actually a pretty short amount of time when you're considering the fact of the loss of an entire community. So I think that needs to be addressed. At any rate, beyond that, I think desalinization should be checked out as far as multiple bids. Shouldn't be just one contractor looked at. Should be multiple contractors as far as their viability, both in the cost of the resource and the efficacy of the actual resource being used and how the technology might be implemented, both in regards to the environment, which definitely was an issue before when we tried desalinization, because I recognized that the environment was being attacked because it wasn't being implemented properly. I think those issues can be addressed. I'm sure they can be. Beyond that, still the other issue about the area here being under attack as far as our aquifer possibly being under attack because of oil sands issues. There have been oil sands identified underneath the mountain ranges here in Cambria. Oil sands and oil shales, those are being targeted by oil corporations that want to, including PG&E, by the way. Remember, gas is their middle name. At any rate, they've been targeting that to do fracking. Fracking, by the way, I don't know if there's a film out called Gasland. You might want to look it up. In certain areas where fracking has occurred, they can actually light and ignite the water that comes out of their taps. They can't use it for anything anymore. That would destroy Cambria instantly. In fact, if you try to use water to stop a forest fire that ignites, I think you might have some real problems with that. So beyond that, I think the fracking problem should again be addressed, and again, failure to prepare and not recognize that this is an issue that's coming towards you and coming at you is not going to be something that's going to do you well or help your tenure. At any rate, beyond that, I also think that despite what I just said about the possible oil industry being a problem for us, and I heard earlier we're not going to be able to drill ourselves out of this problem, that might be actually a possibility that we could drill ourselves out of the problem. Deep water drilling, in the case of miles beneath the surface, actually has been done, and we've seen some of the disastrous effects of it. But part of the disastrous effects is the fact that once you tap a deep water well, it produces its own pressures and pushes whatever's in it to the surface on its own. We have to be able to cap things like that. Well, not the case with water. Water at
Mr. Walters,
huge depths.
could you please wrap it up?
I will. I'll wrap it up really quickly. The point is that water at huge depths, usually at 5 miles or greater, below a mountain range, actually gets squeezed out of the rock, literally. So there can be huge aquifers at much greater depths than we're working with right now. The natural aquifers can be left alone. And if we do try to check out deep drilling options, that might be a possibility for mitigating some of the problems that we currently face. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walters. Cynthia Hawley, followed by Harry Farmer.
Good afternoon, Cynthia Hawley. I have a couple questions for you today. First is, there's some critical information missing, I think, that you need and we need to be able to make decisions here. It's my understanding that there's 2 types of well tests. One is the dynamic level and one is the recovery level. The recovery level, from what I understand, is taken after the well is shut down for several hours, and so the water level comes up. The dynamic level is when the well is running. And so I would like someone to address today whether the tests that you have taken so far that show below 3 feet and 3 feet above sea level are the recovery level or the dynamic level. And it's been told to me by a source that I respect that if the recovery levels are at 3 feet and below 3 feet, the dynamic level is probably below sea level. And we need that information in order to determine how you're going to respond to this. The next one is, you've said we have 99 acre feet left. And I'd like to know what that means. Does it mean that that there's only 99 acre feet left in the aquifer from your calculations total, that we are dividing up between the riparian users and town? Or is the 99 acre feet left our dry season permit for the basin? I think that needs to be clarified. Finally, you mentioned fallowing and water marketing, and it's not popular with the riparians because this district has been hostile to the riparians in the past, before your board came on, and also has received disingenuous treatment from the past. And the riparians aren't going to help you, it's my understanding, unless you make some pretty hard commitments to them. So if you could just answer those questions, I would appreciate it, and I think a lot of people would appreciate it, the one about the well level tests and the 99 acre feet. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Hawley. Next, we have Harry Farmer, followed by Ken Butterfield.
Good afternoon. Sue McDonald, just a few moments ago, was talking about the conditions up where she lives and how the ranchers are observing how dry everything is. I've lived near Strawberry Canyon for about 27 years now, and it's actually a wetlands, and it's a real joy to walk through there when we get a lot of rain. The rain collects, the creek runs through there, or stream, I guess you could say, sometimes for 3 or 4 months every day. And there's something very refreshing to the soul to hear water running and observe it running. It's just a tonic for whatever ails you. And this particular year is the driest I've ever seen it. I think there was a little trickle for about a day, and that was it. And in walking through the woods, which, as I say, I've been doing, by the end of April, it looked like August. And just seeing the woods being stressed out was kind of heartbreaking, and knowing what it was going to mean to this community ultimately. I know that we're all aware of what's going on in this area, not just here in Cambria, but throughout the county. There have been front page articles with regard to Paso Robles and what's happening there with the aquifer, and also down in Napomo. And of course, we, Cambria, finally made the front page for the very same reason, the shortage of water. I don't know if anyone's aware of the fact that there was an article in the Bay News just a couple of weeks ago with regard to what's going on in rural Morro Bay, that they are having water trucked in on a daily basis there just to help out the ranchers that are up there that are like literally out of water. So that's something to be aware of. I appreciate the efforts that are being made by the district with regard to somehow supplementing our water supply. But I really do want to encourage off-stream storage. Director Cliff mentioned that at the last meeting. But off-stream storage, side-stream reservoirs, above the creeks there, so the creeks can be, so winter runoff can be collected, and then the creeks and the wells can be recharged for summer use. But I would also encourage that you request that the residents of Cambria do what they can do on an individual basis, not just what you're doing. And I know I've recommended this before, and it doesn't work for everyone, but the businesses as well as residences can have cisterns. It's amazing how much water. I mean, we got very little water this past year. I'm lucky enough where I live to have a 1,350-gallon tank. Actually, there's two of them on the property where I live, and they both filled up very quickly. So it's amazing how much water you can collect in a short time and use it, especially in the summertime, which I have done, to water the land that I have there. So I would really encourage cisterns and also gray water systems, people collecting water out of their washers and using that to water landscaping in the summertime. About a third of the water in the summer here in Cambria is used for landscaping. And if we can in any way supplement that, it would be a big help. Finally, I want to make one more comment. Jeff Walters, when he got up and spoke earlier in the first session, he talked about people sticking their head in the sand and just ignoring the issue. And of course, I think when we think of, I'm almost done. When we think of sticking head in your sand, we often think of the ostrich, sticking his head in the sand, thinking he's just ignoring what's going on. Well, what the ostrich is doing when he's sticking his head in the sand, and this is for real, he's looking for water to drink. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Farmer. Mr. Butterfield.
Hello. I'm a 40-year resident. I've been watching the CCSD do this since forever. I probably haven't come to one of these meetings in 10 or 12 years, so I'm somewhat surprised that it's the same old thing. I see a number of problems here that led up to this. Look at these two papers that are a week apart. You're giving out water meters here, and you're taking them away a week later. And there's a this is a statement here.
Mr. Butterfield, would you please speak to the item here? We're on the options.
Yes, this has to do with the it does have to do with the options, because my concern is you come up with all these conservation measures, and you did what you did, not you, but the board will do what it's always done. Taking the water we saved, turn around and give it to somebody else. So we end up having more and more demand and the same amount of water available. But when a board member says we've got to provide justice for those people on the water wait list, I think, where's the justice for the residents that live here? It seems like your priorities are skewed towards non-residents, not residents. But Harry Farmer mentioned cisterns. There's a lot of cisterns in this town. People have trouble getting them filled because the tankers have to drive all the way out to San Simeon. In San Luis Obispo at the water treatment plant, they have a hydrant there so that fire engines can fill their tanks. Anybody who can use that water can fill their tank there. That would be a savings for anybody who has to pay for transportation of water. Historical perspective. Every board looks at issuing water meters in April and May when the well levels are up. Sure thing, every year. Look at your own charts. Your own documents prove this. Every year, September, October, November, well levels are down. You wouldn't issue water meters under those conditions if you were looking at them when when the well levels are at the minimum. A measure for reducing potable water is you have the purple pipe buried down on Moonstone Beach Drive. We paid $4 million for that. I don't know what year. All the motels down there can flush toilets with that water. You can retrofit for that. You can modify the building code to require dual plumbing for flushing toilets produced by using wastewater that's produced on site. Oh, I don't know, Bob, if you've ever produced schematics so that people who want to do it themselves can implement their own gray water system. You have one? Okay, well, I didn't bring mine, but I'll gladly share you mine. You should be looking at a cooperative agreement with the grammar school. They've got 900 plus 100,000 gallon reservoir underneath the playing field up there. You could be using that. Fire safety is a big issue. You have to have that amount of water in storage. You should be doing joint ventures or cooperative agreements there. And, oh, a final comment. You know, we as citizens don't have a whole lot of control over how our water is used. But one thing we can do, I used to be, have our water usage really low. But every time I conserved water, the board turned around and sold that water I conserved to somebody else to continue to create this condition. I'm not doing that anymore. I'm going to use as much water as I care to, as long as I can afford it. And if the well levels go down earlier every summer because of that, then maybe you'll start addressing the problem earlier. And if everybody then has to conserve, then I'll conserve as much as anybody else. But that's kind of the wake-up call I think you guys need. You know, you place the burden on the public when the burden is really, or the responsibility for that is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Butterfield. Okay, we've heard public testimony. Director Behringer, then Director Clift.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to note that KSBY left. Seems like they're not interested in trying to come up with the solutions or see what our ideas are on that. I want to compliment staff once again. It was only 8 days ago or 9 days ago when we suggested that they put a letter in the mail. They responded extremely quickly. I knew they were working on it already, and the letter did mention the potential calculation of everybody being reduced by 700 gallons, and I don't think that was ever the intent. It was just a quick calculation, and I, for one, will apologize for that. I think that what we have, this particular meeting and the meeting we had before is the result of the fact that we've been playing a shell game with the aquifers. We've been doing that probably for 10 years. I don't have personal knowledge of that, but I do over the last 4 years in talking to the operators themselves. And it seems like we're doing this every single year. And I really have to applaud Mr. Gruber, or the general manager, for bringing this to light to us. This has been happening, but it's always been going on in the background. It's my feeling. It's a personal feeling. And that balancing of the aquifers, when we see them at this level, the general manager thought we should address it in this type of an emergency situation, and I applaud him for that. When you're talking about balancing the aquifers, Mr. Gressens gave a good indication of that. But when he said we're having a negative gradient, well, what that means is that in San Simeon, if we start getting a negative gradient, that means that the water is actually flowing upstream. We're taking water from the aquifer, and the vast amount of water we have in the San Simeon aquifer is actually being pulled upstream. Our permit allows us to do that for 3 months. Well, what happens then? I think bringing this issue to light and solutions to bear is very wise. Also, San Simeon, the creek runs, but before, 10 years ago, we never had a well that was up beyond a natural barrier. So we're taking water that, if you talk to the ranchers up San Simeon Creek Road, well, Santa Rosa, I mean, Santa Rosa, on Santa Rosa Creek, the ranchers up there feel that they have plenty of water, and that there's a natural barrier up there that is holding that SR4 well, but we're getting that out of that natural barrier, and that's the strategies to try and allow us to take that water that's there are wise ones. However, I don't like the idea of fooling a well. You know, we're kind of we're fooling ourselves by making that 3-foot level go up. I think for now, we might need to fool ourselves a little bit, but I don't think that's a big effort. I think we need to be able to get good quality water out of Santa Rosa Creek. I want to clarify my desal proposal that I made last time, and yes, we looked at the different issues. One of the criteria I used is that it was a 260 gallon per day unit. I don't want anybody to think that I think that desalinization as an alternative water resource for this community is wise, because it is very expensive. It shouldn't be run year-round. That was never the intent. The ability to be able to take brackish water and recharge the aquifer to prevent the negative gradient, to prevent saltwater intrusion in an emergency, I think is wise. It's the right thing to do, and it's the one thing we can do that's not a game, that will actually be beneficial to this community. And I outlined a 260 gallon per day non-growth size, 260,000 gallons, per day, which is about a third of our use on a daily basis. And also, I know we have some desalinization experts in the crowd, and the proposal that I was making included consumables. It included an operator. It was turnkey. Yes, it is difficult to get to somebody, but the particular proposal I was looking at was turnkey. Somebody would be there desalinating water as soon as possible. Now, I agree that it is difficult to get permitting, and we've done some issues. We have found, the district engineer has found that they are available. We can get one. We can rent one, which is really wise. We could try it for a 4-month period. And I think maybe the next call is to Jerry Brown, Joe Biden, if he's not available, if Obama is a little bit too busy. But I think it's something we should take an extra step to see if we can get something to happen in an emergency basis. And if it works this year, we could rent one for next year. And it's a solution that I think is viable. So those are my comments so far. Oh, and also, if you go further on in the solutions that we can have, there's a whole set of options that we can implement right away, as far as putting in some type of reduced demand. And there's a reduced demand that staff is recommending that we don't do surcharges, and I think that that's a subject of another discussion before we adjourn.
Thank you, Director Berenger. Director Clift?
Yeah, I have a question on alternative 7 for this alternate point of discharge wastewater. And I think it might be one of those things that we could test, but it seems to me that this might be a potential to test the start of a full recycle program. Now, I know the program in San Simeon is set up to be a full recycle area for their community, but you got to remember their community is very small and very flat. So it's not quite the same as ours, but it surely might be able to ultimately connect, if it's an acceptable situation and works, in terms of producing a water that is as good or better than what is in the creek, that it might be a start to a situation that Mr. Butterfield referred to of recycle water purple pipe in the Moonstone area, Moonstone Beach area, where there's a heavy use potential heavy use of recycled water, retrofitting, like he says, of the toilets. I understand laundry can be done that way too. And of course, they do have some irrigation situations too where that might meet it. Secondly, it could provide, and I've always argued that we ought to have somewhere in this community, whether it's across the street or somewhere else, where people could come and get 5 gallons or 5 bottles of recycled water so that they can do their plants and things, but rather than having to drive to the well field. And I wouldn't even object to it being a water truck or a water buffalo that we run out there each day and park here and let people take that recycled water, because right now it's like most recycle things. People want to do recycle things, but it becomes difficult to do it. We make it too hard. If we have that right here locally, where it's not hard for an individual to simply, if they need 5 gallons and 5 1-gallon jugs that they want to fill up to do for that, I think we should be doing that. But I think alternative 7 is an interesting one in that it has uses right now to get us through the immediacy of the problem, but it provides a test platform for the concept of using recycled water. And quite frankly, if we don't get into the idea of using recycled water, we're missing a big source of water that's available to us. I also don't have a problem with supporting going forward with the concepts under the alternative 8. Simply because that one might also tie in with what the Army Corps of Engineers is doing in terms of one of the alternatives that they're studying for, and I don't like to necessarily use the word desalinization, but at least reverse osmosis of the area there for recharge to our well field. It does look, if what we're hearing is correct, item 1, which is we're already doing, you're talking about a period of 3 or 4 days having 2.3 acre feet, and what we're estimating is a 19 to, I'll say 19 to 50, but we're talking about 19 acre feet needing to get us through the dry period, but let me just triple that for safety. And it would seem like that if we could continue this strategy on number 1, which doesn't cost us hardly anything, and get us through, it would allow us the permitting time of 7 and moving forward with 8. I love the marketing on our what should be our partners with the ranchers and farmers, but it does appear that past boards have destroyed our relationship or a lack of trust, and so I'm afraid you'd have to throw a lot of dollars around, and that might not work. So I'm not necessarily in support of those, simply because it's probably wouldn't work out right now. And item 3, seeking relief from the Windsor Bridge monitoring permit, I think you're just probably running uphill, and it probably is a waste of energy. So I would say that we of course continue with option 1 and make option 7 and 8 potential priorities to see if we can get to a point where we can do a better job, and also not be just doing something for an immediate solution, but something that might tie into the long-term solution of finding additional water source. Because whether we find additional water source from recycled water, or whether we find additional water source from not having to take that water that we're pumping up Van Gordon Creek and getting no particular use out of it, So that would be my choices right now: a short-term solution, a medium-term solution, and a little longer-term solution.
Thank you, Director Clift. I think, as did you, I saw the portable reverse osmosis system that San Simeon had purchased from Apt Water, and I think, as you suggest, as a long-term aid for emergencies of this nature, I think it certainly makes sense to do that. And I also think the idea of bringing the non-potable water closer to town, and Mr. Gruber, if you could certainly look into that and the cost of doing so, I think that makes a whole lot of sense. Director Rice was next, and then Director Robinette.
The first thing I'd like to say is I'm so glad that I live in a town of people who are so well educated, who take the time to pay attention to what's going on. And I'm really appreciative that they come here and bring not just their opinions, but data and facts and ideas. I really especially appreciate the comments made by Ms. Bianchi and Ms. Bettenhausen regarding the way that we look at the world, because this is a critical issue. This is an emergency. If a tornado had come through Cambria, FEMA would be here. The federal government would be here. The state would have declared a state of emergency. In the state of California, one of the agencies that declares water emergencies is the Department of Health. The Department of Public Health went into several different communities in this state and just said, nope, you don't have enough water, moratorium, you're done, and helped them solve the problem. I'm going to say this: we've got a Scarecrow Festival that they have spent a lot of money marketing. We're going to have a lot of visitors. We need to look at the commercial use, and we have to do something about it. And I'm not even sure what, but that's what staff is supposed to do. And the Ad Hoc Water Conservation Committee advocated very, very strongly to get a lot of money in the resource conservation budget so we could hire an expert to cover us in terms of doing water audits and programs for conserving water and using water more efficiently. And that didn't get done. We've got somebody that's on staff that's getting trained. Fortunately, we're getting them training. But it's been very frustrating to me, because especially in a situation like this where we were getting data along that yes, we knew it hadn't rained, but the data was telling us, staff was telling us, that we weren't going to have a problem. Well, then 2 weeks later, much to my surprise, we had a problem. The well levels went down so precipitously, and I looked at the annual charts over the last 25 years, and it pretty much always goes in the same amount of time, from 8 feet to 3 feet. Almost every single year, whatever month it happens to be at 8 feet, same amount of time it's down to 3 feet, and that's where we are again. And this is an ongoing problem, and it will continue to be an ongoing problem until we recognize that when somebody's unemployed, they don't have money. We're unemployed. We don't have water. We have to live within what we have. We continue to try and pursue a desal plant or whatever alternative water source we end up getting. But in the meantime, we don't have water to be messing around with. We don't have extra water to have the hotels be messing around with. When I got this report, and it says that right now the hotels aren't even required to have a sign in the room that says, hey, if you don't mind not having fresh, clean towels, leave them and we won't wash them every day. Well, why isn't that already implemented? We have a lot of programs that are available in this town that have been implemented for years and years and years and years, that I keep hearing people from the public coming up to the podium and saying, hey, you should try this. oh, well, that's already in the ordinance. Why doesn't the community know? And this is, again, I'm going to return to this thing that I keep saying, communication, communication, communication. The community needs to know what's going on. Just because people were here 10 years ago and they knew it then doesn't mean that we have the same population now. We need to be educating people. We need to get the information out there. And the information exists. We belong to several organizations that have already invented the wheel. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. And it's very frustrating for me. I want to compliment staff for the turnaround time, because we've had 3 meetings in the past 4 weeks. And there's a lot of stuff that has to get done in order for that to happen, in addition to making sure the district's still operating. And I appreciate that turnaround time. However, I would also like to say, 2009, the Water Emergency Citizens Committee made suggestions when it was wet, said we need to get some programs together, and the board never acted on it. I've been saying since I joined the board, we need to be doing things so that when it does come down to it, we're not scrambling to fix the problem, which is what we're having to do right now. And so that's been a little bit of a frustration for me to have that happen. I mean, sometimes you can't plan ahead. We know that we have an issue and we should have been doing these things all along, and we're not. And things that we need to still do that I didn't see on this list: let's contact the top water users. Let's stop trying to act like we can do it without talking to people or trying to make agreements with other people, whether it's riparian landowners or business users. People are going to have to do things that are not easy. People are going to have to do things that may cause them an economic loss if they're a business. They may have to have some of their plants in their yard not do that well, or go buy Evian to water them. It's going to cost. This is hard decisions, and I think that we're going to have to make them. And I don't want to do it any more than anybody else, force people to do anything, but we need to be providing ideas and providing direction. In my opinion, we need to be providing direction to staff to take things like communicating with the top 25 or 30 users very seriously. We need to have ambassadors, whether it has to be a board member or a staff member, I don't know, but we need to have people who can go out, who are good at talking to people, and just sit down face to face with the top 25 users and say, hey, how can we help make this easier for you to cut back? Because you're going to have to cut back, because we are limited, and any of these engineered solutions will not be in place in time to stop a problem if we continue to have these issues going forward in the next 3 weeks. I mean, we just don't have it. I don't see how that's even possible. Just a couple of other things. I really would like to make sure that it's clear that I personally, as an individual, would like to hear that the answers to Cindy Hawley's questions about the 99 acre feet and about, I'm sorry, Cindy, I'm not remembering the second question you asked.
Dynamic or?
Yeah, there was the dynamic question, and then there was a third question there, and I'm sorry? The test well, yeah, thank you. And I also would really like to know, this was the biggest frustration for me. How did we predict, when we predict anything, I mean, nobody's a clairvoyant, but when we predict anything, including water demand, future water demand, we have to base it on assumptions. I do not know how, I still do not exactly know how we decided that 2007 was the best comparative, and why, and whether or not was rainfall incorporated into that number, and if rainfall wasn't incorporated, I mean, why are we using 1 year versus an average of the months that we used over the year? From a 1995 diversion permit, I'm looking at right here, it says, based on this yield test, the district concluded the summer season average monthly production for San Simeon is 61 acre feet, should be the basis for determining the allocation of water and sewer service. So for 61 acre feet for the dry season, which is May to October, if that's the average, and then why aren't we using numbers like that, which would mean that if we're looking at through the end of October, why aren't we doing that? I'm feeling again like I'm somehow in socks or very slippery wingtips on ice. I feel like the data is not, the assumptions we're basing decisions on are not well-founded, and it really concerns me because I've been asking since March or April. The Water Conservation Ad Hoc Committee has been asking about running the model, making sure that we have the data so that we're not in an emergency. If everything's an emergency, nothing's an emergency, and we can't get anything accomplished. I'm gonna stop there. It's been very frustrating for me, and I would really like to know how the demand was estimated. And the general manager said that you said that staff has been there's been ongoing evaluation of what's been happening, and I want to know if you've been relying entirely on in-house staff to do that ongoing evaluation, or if you've brought in people that have special expertise in these areas. Thank you.
Yeah, staff would just like to seek some direction on items 1 through 8 at this point, and what we can move forward on, and then some of the things that Director Rice mentioned are covered in the next staff report. So I know that's a lot of information, but that's kind of what we'd like to kind of refocus on right now is I would like to see us move forward with number 2. I know Director Cliff indicated number 1 and 7 and 8, and I feel there's a consensus amongst the boards to do that. But I also think that number 2 is something that we should look into because, and continue to look into because staff does feel that that's influencing the WBE well. So if we could maybe have a motion that says, okay, staff, we'd like you to continue to pursue 1, 2, at least on an immediate basis, and then maybe I'm hearing the board say 7 and 8 more in a long term, and then we can move on to item 4A with regards to conservation and some of the things that Director Rice mentioned. They're outlined in here, and those are the recommendations that we're proposing to the board, but we can talk about that for 4A.
Okay, before that, Mr. Gruber, I think I want to hear from Director Robinette. And I also, my understanding was that audits are ongoing at this point of all the restaurants in town. And
yeah, and that's covered under item 4A, and I think we do communication is a two-way thing. I think staff does a really good job in providing the board with ongoing information continuously, especially relating to conservation. And so I would just encourage the board, if you have any questions, just come on by and meet with us. And I know we've reached out on many instances with the Conservation Committee, but due to conflicting schedules, it's not always easy to meet with us. But it is a two-way thing, and I think that we do a really good job. And I'm actually pretty motivated and excited about the conservation program and the efforts we've been making. So, but obviously, I haven't done a good a job as I could in communicating that to the board, so I apologize.
I'm sorry, if I may, just Director Robinette, if you don't mind, I just have one little clarification. I didn't speak to any of the 1 through 8 because I believe that we need better water management of the resource we currently have, and our long-term water supply is a completely separate issue, which is why I spoke to those things before. Also on communication, I am not worried about the communication with the board. It's the communication between the district, the board, the staff, with the community. That's the communication problem that I think is going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Robinette.
Thank you. I will keep this brief, but I would like to start with acknowledging again the support and the interest and the suggestions that have been shared here today. I think this is how we begin to find a middle ground together, which I think is very, very important. And I appreciate there have been so many good, insightful things shared here again today. I would also like to acknowledge the CSD General Manager and staff, and clearly it is that they have worked very, very hard to be responsive. And I appreciate all the things that my fellow board members have been sharing here. I'm very much in agreement with that, too. So I think the only things that I could really add, we have had some good ideas. We've talked about, you know, just again, the conservation things we can do. We've had, you know, we've even talked about, somebody was sharing the recycle for the hot water in the house and how important that is to save the water when we take showers, if we do take showers. And I hear good ideas all the time. This lady was talking about that she keeps a bucket in the shower. Well, I think that's a great idea, just for more water, gray water to use again, perhaps in another place where it's needed, in irrigation. So we've had a lot of good ideas shared here. We continue to always have new and unique ideas. It seems to me that where we are for the moment is, because it is always true, the only thing that's constant is change. And so as we look at where we are today, we do have better facts, new things to consider. It does look like some of the work that the CSD has been doing is going to allow, within permits already, with what we're allowed to use on the Santa Rosa Creek well, to pretty much supplement now so that we're not going to have a major crisis. We can find the, as you said, the 19 acre-foot up to even 50 acre-foot in the Santa Rosa 4. So that only brings to attention that everything we're talking about here, while that may give us a little time to all join together to be careful, not to waste the water, to conserve, it also calls to me the same recurring conversation. We're still talking about things to conserve. Water that, if we don't store it, is still going to evaporate. And so I do have to say that while everything is always response to the now, response to the need, response to the priority. But after the dust settles, so to speak, on this, to me, it is really important that we look at some form of storage. Because right now we're talking about how to generate water, either from a desal or this or that, or the conservation measures are very important to all communities on the West Coast, not just here in California. But ultimately, if we make these attempts and we conserve the water, we have to store it. So, and I will only say this, I heard a lot of talk earlier today, very resistant to desal. I think this, I certainly speak for myself, I don't see desal, with all the conversations we've had over 12 years, as something anyone is thinking about. I wish, and I told former Supervisor Bianchi that I would share this with you today. I was sitting in a meeting in 2000 at the Board of Supervisors, and she had a very insightful observation. Today, when I talk about storing water, some people say, yes, we need to do that. Let's get a reservoir. Oh, but that we could. Wouldn't we? But as it turns out, because we have become much more aware and sensitive to the ecosystem, to the environment, having a reservoir, as we all think we could have right away, is not an option, as far as I know. And I would be certainly open to learning that it was an option. I would love that. So my next suggestion is, after we move beyond looking at what are our options to address the crisis we have, and that's what we're doing today, and we're going to make some decisions on it, I would say that the thing that's come out loud and clear that I appreciate from, I think, everyone in this room, if there's one thing everyone could agree on, I believe it has come back to the importance to solve the ongoing crisis that keeps creeping up. And that means to me this, that we find, we've had the Army Corps sort of here, and what it means to me is that we as a community find, oh, here comes the farmer's market guy. Now I know why he would, now I know why he was so intense over there, and I thought, what am I saying? I don't know. Let me finish up because I'm just wrapping up on this.
Okay, let me just interject. The parking lot is full, and Mr. Broadhurst cannot get any vendors into the parking lot for the farmer's market. So anyone that, if you have cars in the parking lot, would you please remove them? I think there's room on this side of the building, but Mr. Broadhurst needs to have. Let's take 10 minutes and allow people to do that, and then we'll come in. Okay, thank you. Okay, when we last were in session, and everyone, I presume, has moved their vehicles, Ms. Robinette had the floor and was making a comment. So, Gail, if you would continue.
Okay. Yes, I would like to finish with what I had started, because I do think it's important. And that is, we left this with talking about we're trying to work together right now to deal with the issues at hand. And I appreciate everyone and everyone's interest, and we're moving in that direction. But then I did, of course, reflect on, ultimately, we wouldn't need to be doing this if we had a storage system. So the last thing I'll say about it, because I really was just pretty much at that point, and that is this. I had mentioned reservoir. People have talked about it, and it sounds great. We could research it, but I've been told by a lot of people who know a lot about environmental restrictions, and we cannot have a reservoir any longer. We used to be able to. If you come from other areas around, there have been reservoirs all over the place, but not here. But there are certainly options for storage. And so my closing comments on this whole discussion, getting back then to the immediate, I would hope our next step after we get beyond where we are addressing what we're addressing here is that we look, number one, for something that provides storage to have backup when we need it, that first of all is allowable, that we in fact could attain. And once we know what that is, then I would like to see whatever permitting processes that we will need to pursue are timely and approvable, that we're going to be able to move forward. And we need to look then for how are we going to fund this? How are we going to pay for it? But then I'm really wanting, rather than start going in circles again over this, as we've done for over 12 years, I would really like to see then a commitment to what we're going to do for storage. I would like to see a construction start date, and I would like to move on, because we do have other things, you've mentioned them today, that we need to attend to. We talked about the infrastructure. We talked about the Forest Committee. These are things that also are very important to the overall health and welfare of this community. So that's where I am.
Thank you, Director Robinette. Mr. Gruber, you've heard the discussion. Are you satisfied with the direction, or would you like something more specific?
No, I'm happy with the direction. I would just like to just add, if it's okay with the board, to pursue number 2, because I think that's also important, that we work on that one irrigation user and to be able to provide them non-potable water, because we do have empirical information that shows, based on that the probes that we put in and the data logger, that there is an influence by this one individual relating to the WBE well, and not just from our own perspective, but from the environment's perspective, from the habitat that Rick talked about. I think that's important too. So if we know in good conscience that it has an impact, I think we should also continue to work with them, but also facilitate some maybe some water from our wells, non-potable wells, that could help them with their situation.
Okay, thank you. With that, we'll move to item 4A. Mr.
Gerber?
Thank you, President Thompson and board members. Item 4A is public hearing to consider resolution 37-2013 relating to enhanced water conservation measures, and resolution 38-2013 implementing surcharges, penalties for the exception of water, for the excess water consumption. And then the staff's recommendation would be to open the public hearing, receive testimony, close the public hearing, and consider the resolutions, and just kind of give staff direction on what we may want to implement. But I'd like to just go ahead and if you don't mind, just spending a few minutes just to read this. At a special meeting on September 9th, 2013, the Board of Directors considered a report relating to the CSD water supply conditions. As reported at the meeting, the average level in the San Simeon well field was at 3.1 feet above sea level, which is approximately 2 feet reported lower than the August 22nd board meeting. Staff has estimated that approximately 101 acre-feet of supply remains in the San Simeon well aquifer, while approximately 120 feet of demand are estimated to occur over the next few months, 2 months. Although the Santa Rosa well, number 4 well has at a level of 48.87 feet above sea level, it has been intermittently shut down due to concerns over downstream monitoring wells below the 3-foot mark, which is in the existing State Water Resources Control Board permit. That's the minimum. Based upon the water supply conditions, the board directed staff to schedule a public hearing, which is today, and to consider enhanced water conservation measures and also consider implementation of water surcharges, penalties for the excess water consumption. So that's where that 2 resolutions comes in, to give the board some flexibility. In addition, the board directed staff to present information regarding options to provide immediate augmentation of the district's water supply, which is subject of a separate report on today's agenda. As the board is aware, on several occasions in the past years, the CCSD has implemented water conservation surcharge penalties for excess water consumption. This was done during times when it was determined that the available water supply was such that if more aggressive conservation efforts were taken, the reliability of having water later in the season would be greatly diminished. Since 2002, the adoption of the water conservation surcharge penalty for excess water consumption was based on the CCSD's existing declared Water Code Emergency 350 water shortage emergency. In this respect, Water Code 353 authorizes the board to adopt regulations and restrictions on the delivery of water which will conserve the water supply for the greatest public benefit. In addition, Water Code Section 375 provides the authority for the district to adopt and enforce water conservation measures to reduce the quantity of water being used in order to conserve water supplies. Subsection 375B of the Water Code also specifically authorizes encouraging water conservation through rate structure design. The public hearing is required to be held during the adoption of the resolution Section 375. If adoption of the resolution will be effective immediately upon adoption, subject to the publication requirements set forth in the Water Code. Therefore, violation of the requirements of the Water Conservation Program is a misdemeanor and punishable pursuant to Water Code 377. So let me just go over here. Based on the foregoing, 2 separate options have been prepared for the consideration of the Board of Directors. At the onset, it should be noted that staff is not recommending that either be adopted at this time. But that's always, the board has discretionary to tell us exactly what you want us to do. In reviewing the concept of the adoptions of enhanced water conservation measures and restriction, it is important to recognize that the CCSD has already in place a comprehensive list of restrictions that parallel the type of regulations other agencies put into place during the water shortage. CCSD Code 4.08.030 sets forth a comprehensive list that currently constitutes waste of water in the district. This list, a copy of which is attached, includes washing cars, serving waters in restaurants, as was indicated earlier, use of water at construction sites, and related prohibitions and restrictions. Therefore, staff has only been able to identify 2 additional restrictions on the use of potable water that could also be imposed and implemented immediately if the board believes additional restrictions and prohibitions should be adopted. One restriction would be completely prohibit outdoor watering or irrigation of landscaping with potable water. In addition, another restriction would be to require that guests in hotels, motels, and other commercial lodging establishments be provided with the option of not laundering their towels and linens on a daily basis. With regard to landscaping, in such a prohibited were put in place, staff also possesses processes that the CCSD make non-potable water available to customers free of charge, which was something we want to expand on. Customers would be able to use this non-potable water to water and irrigate their landscaping. In addition to the foregoing, staff is also proposing that outside irrigation at all CCSD facilities use non-potable water. Staff also recommends that the potable water used be replaced at the CCSD wastewater yard with non-potable water through the installation of a filtration system that would allow plant effluent to be used when processing biosolids instead of potable water. And I just wanted to, we're already in the process of doing that. We've ordered the supplies and it should be installed in the next week or so. Thanks for bearing with me. As an alternative to the mandatory prohibitions of outdoor potable water use, staff proposes to develop a plan to reach out to single-family residents, customers, and request a voluntary elimination of outdoor watering whenever possible. A 50% reduction of outdoor watering used by the single-family residents could save as much as 12 acre-feet of water. Information regarding the availability of non-potable water free of charge will be provided to all account holders. Staff also proposes that it contact all property management companies in the community, which collectively represents over 300 rental units, and provide them with conservation literature to be distributed to renters and information outlining the severity of the water situation in Cambria. In addition, staff also would institute an aggressive public information campaign soliciting support on enhanced conservation measures. This would include KTEA radio, the Cambria, and continued and ongoing mailers to the community and update website information. This community outreach program would also include schools and civic organizations. Also, the week of September 17th, 2013, staff has been trained by Madaus Management on how to conduct commercial water audits. The reason we delayed this slightly was that we reached out to have those audits done on a professional basis, and it would have cost roughly about between about $200,000 for a company to come in and do all the audits on their own. So what we did is we bought the computer, we bought the software, and now Courtney, our water conservation specialist, and Justin in the water department have been trained, and so that's why we just decided to do it in-house as opposed to bringing in a contractor. The district has purchased a necessary computer for the field use and the necessary software to conduct commercial audits. Staff will start conducting commercial audits during the week of September 23rd, so we're going to start doing that. The focus and emphasis will be on auditing the 25 highest users. And that was discussed a little bit earlier. Staff has been contacting all the commercial facilities in town to coordinate conducting the necessary audits. The goal of the commercial audits is to reduce consumption by at least 10%. The targeted savings for commercial users has been calculated using the reference within the Madaus Water Management Plan. It is estimated that the top 25 commercial lodging units consume approximately 4,300 gallons a day. Staff will work with the users to reduce this consumption by 10%. This reduction would equal a savings of approximately 2 acre-feet for a 60-day period. The Water Efficiency Plan also estimates that all the commercial users' average usage is about 630 gallons per day. Staff will work with the remaining 196 commercial accounts to reduce consumption by 10% as well. This reduction would also be a net savings of approximately 2 acre-feet. In addition, it should be noted that staff is currently in the process of implementing 20 of the 22 demand management measures identified within the Water Efficiency Plan, and so and we attach that. So we're currently doing 20 of the 22 demand management measures, a demand manager identified within the plan, and we've included page 35 and 37, and we've highlighted the ones that we're using. Attached is a table for those measures for the board to review. Demand management measures number 4 and 21 we plan on doing in future endeavors. The section option would be for the board to adopt a water conservation surcharge penalty, which is set forth in Exhibit A, Resolution 38-2012. As in the past, these rates are aggressive and progressive, and that they quickly increase the percentage as water use increases. The purpose of this approach would be to encourage stricter conservation. It should also be noted that the past, when the CCSD has implemented surcharge penalties, is a process for providing relief for larger families of the 3 or more persons living in the full-time house. A service address has been included. Such relief was through an application process allowing for surcharge penalties up to 20 units. Staff, however, is not recommending inclusion of such provisions should the board directors choose to adopt surcharges rates, since we believe it would undercut our efforts to save the amount of water needed by the community. So I know that's a lot to read. I just wanted to take 10 minutes, but those are, so you really have 2 options in front of you. You know, those are the things that we're recommending that we do. And at that point, we would just, and if there's any other ideas, I think the board's had some really good ideas. I think there's been some good ideas from the community, and we would be willing to implement whatever the board decides for us to do.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gruber. With that, I will open the public hearing. We have several requests to speak, and I would ask that you speak specifically to the issues in item number 4A. And the first is Elizabeth Bettenhausen, followed by Tina Dickinson.
Hey, there we go. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm Elizabeth Bettenhausen from Park Hill, where the creeks have stopped running, basically. I would appreciate it, just parenthetically, if Mr. Behringer would loan you his clock for 3 minutes. We so much appreciated being able to see 3 minutes tick down.
I forgot it today.
Would a reminder via email help? Or
I had my wife bring it, but she's not here. She's at an appointment.
I would highly recommend that you adopt both resolutions. They are not inconsistent with each other, and they both accomplish different goals. And I think we very much need both of them today. We need a little more clarity on short-term water management than you were able to give the staff, unless I just was not able in my scheme of things to understand the clarity of your directions to the staff on the last agenda item. I would like you to look at page 4 of this staff discussion for you on this particular item. And it says the targeted savings for commercial users has been calculated using the references within the water use efficiency plan. It is estimated that the top 25 commercial lodging users, excuse me, I'm getting tired, consume approximately 4,300 gallons a day. Now, you send out the bills, or you direct the staff who send out the bills. Why don't we know precisely how many gallons they use, unless the billing is a little iffy? Why don't we know that if you get them to reduce it by 10%, it still won't cover the need? Why don't we know how many gallons would actually be saved if we cut irrigation by 50% in the next 2 days? I mean, this is all so numerically speculative, and what I still have not seen, distinguished board, are the numbers indicating how many people use how many units in Cambria. I did not send you this, I think, but I wrote a possible letter to the editor, which isn't in. But I will say it yet again. A decade ago, I delighted in the graph that the CCSD staff provided, which showed exactly how many users there were per unit of water. I won't rehearse it all, other than 2 points. Back then, and I suspect still today, 1/3 of the users in Cambria, the meters, used 2/3 of the water. 2/3 of the users in Cambria used 1/3 of the water. Now, I want to say one more thing about that, because if you look at that graph, and I'd be happy to send you my scan via email, elizabethbettenhausen@gmail.com. This meant 10 years ago, and I suspect it might even be worse today, 80 of the meter holders used 50 units or more bi-monthly. 50. And that means 3 million gallons every 2 months. Just the top 50 unit meter people. I'm so grateful to Amanda, to Director Rice, for expressing some of her frustration, because mine has gone up near what they call in a glass of water, not half full, not half empty. It's called overflow. There is my frustration, and if ever you can get a nice, I got this at a garage sale, nice calculator and everything, you know, I spent 50 cents on it at a garage sale. Please get somebody on your staff or you to give us clear statistics on who is using what water in this town. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bettenhausen. Next, we have Tina Dickinson, followed by Jeff Walters.
Tina Dickinson. Director Behringer, you made a comment regarding KSBY leaving the meeting. They have other issues to attend to as well. But yesterday I received a call from a reporter at KCOI News. She asked if she could come and interview me. I mean, I was in no way ready for any interview, but in 6 minutes she appeared at my door, and I did the best I could. She called you from my home and asked if you would agree. If you would agree to meet with her, she couldn't get any answers from the board, from the CCSD office.
Ms. Dickinson, could we please
I am just getting to a point that
4A?
was made earlier. And so she went to your home, and I got a call from her saying that you shooed her away. You did not agree to the 5 minutes you had originally given her. So to put KSBY here in a difficult predicament, I don't understand. Now, we're getting to the water issues. Has anyone addressed the 11 gallons for the 3-unit users that came out in the flyer? That certainly needs to be addressed. I thank Director Rice for hitting some of the big issues that we have all year long been targeting to you. I mean, it's amazing that you can sit there and not realize the predicament we're in. I handed you the emergency procedures last month. Nothing. You did nothing. In a drought year for 2 years, you have sat there and not addressed drought. So I'm asking you that restrictions be mandated, not just, oh, willy-nilly, we could do this, we could do that. No, we have to have serious restrictions if we're going to get through this. And the top water users should be, I think, far more, 20%, not 10%. When the 3-unit users are 70%, that's outrageous. I think there should be porta potties instead of the toilets that we have in town that are run by the CCSD. Non-potable wherever possible, especially as I mentioned before with power washing, that takes a lot of water. Restrict that to the non-potable water. Let's do things that really, really work and make sure that this community is very much aware, which I can tell you from getting almost 1,000 signatures, they are very much aware of this crisis. It should never have come to this point, and we were trying to warn you all year, but we were never listened to. We're the 10 that we were referred to as walking out of a meeting, the 10. Well, it's the same 10 that keep attending, 5, 6, 10, who have warned you of the predicament we're now in. And you're still, the March Madness to issue intent to serve letters, I think you may sit there now and realize how mad that March decision by all of you was. I hope so. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dickinson. We have Jeff Walters, followed by Mary Webb.
Michael, may I just, real quick?
Yes.
If I could, I appreciate everyone's comments. The goal was that 19 acre feet, and so some of the recommendations are kind of, the recommendations are geared towards that. And so now since the SR4 well is on, it may appear that what we're recommending seems passive in nature, and I can appreciate that, but it really, our goal was to identify and come up with recommendations to make sure that we address that 19 acre foot shortfall. And through these conservation recommendations, staff felt that we did. Matter of fact, if you look at the table on page 35, page 36 and 37, what we did is we took on the far column, We indicated how much water savings could be achieved with our current demand management measures. So I understand and can appreciate everybody's concerns relating to maybe they're not aggressive enough, and that's kind of what the staff is looking for direction. But it was based on that 19% deficiency, 19 acre-feet deficiency that we originally anticipated based on not being able to run the SR4 well. Thank you.
Thank you. Proceed, Mr. Walters.
Thank you. I just wanted to quickly try to outline a couple of the things that I was, in regards to the surcharge, but I'm going to do it with a little history. And also wanted to make one more comment towards what Tina just mentioned as far as a mitigation for water usage, as far as events in town. And porta potties may be one thing. I think that's a possible, but I think something that might even be better would be actually flushless toilets. They're used in a lot of libraries and even airports now. And as far as aesthetics for Cambria and all that, and as well as water use, they don't use water, and they're very good at providing sanitary removal of waste in many cases. So flushless toilets might be something that they might want to look into, especially as far as urinals and things like that for the gentlemen among us. I think that could work really well for some of those mitigations and storage concerns. As far as storage in general as a solution for Cambria's water use problems, I don't believe that's viable long-term or sustainable. I know you meant a lot. Ms. Robinette went a lot about storage being the real solution for it. I don't think it's the real solution at all. When you're having a deficit of water and a trend where water is going to be at deficit even further in the future, and that is what is projected, storing more of what you don't have isn't going to be a solution, period. It just isn't long-term feasible. You can't say, okay, I got a car that cost me $20,000, I got $10,000, but I'll save for it when you have no income. We've got no water income. That's our problem. That's what I think Dr. Rice was trying to talk about earlier when she was talking about we have an economic deficit in water, okay? We have no income coming in. There's no water coming in. We've got less and less every year. That's why we're in a drought right now. We've been in droughts several times before, but now we're in a drought situation that's actually caused by a global trend. It's not going to get better. It's going to get worse. Storing more is not going to work. Lake Nacimiento is being drained of water right now as we speak. That reservoir doesn't exist. If we created another reservoir, it too would be a deficit. We need to generate water, not store it. If we cannot generate water, this community will starve and die of thirst. That's what I had to say. As far as the surcharge goes, I believe the surcharge should be directed into a specific fund, and that fund should be directed towards water generation measures and should be under public review. That's my commentary. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walters. Next, we have Mary Webb, followed by Ken Butterfield.
Well, I'm not going to shrivel up and die and not drink any more water. So I think you should, like Elizabeth said, adopt more than one resolution with as many choices as you can put. And I think you need to address some of the choices simultaneously, which I think I said a couple of months ago. We need a basket full of solutions. One solution here is not going to be the answer. We absolutely do need storage. I think we're going to have drought, then we're going to have flood. Then we're going to have a drought, then we're going to have a flood. That is climate change. And each of those things are going to be really intense. And when we do have the flood, we need to have some place where we can put that water. I don't care if it's a reservoir. Build a tank farm, for crying out loud. What does Kern County do? What does Fresno do when they need extra water? You know, they put in a tank farm. It's not that expensive. On item number 6, the water supply solution, water marketing fallow agreements with agricultural irrigators. One initial contact was made with a riparian user and no interest was expressed. That is completely unacceptable. You should absolutely go talk to the ag users, and we want to know what they're saying. Let us decide. Do they have conditions? on the water that they are going to sell to us. What's the price of the water they want to sell to us? What are they growing up there? Let us hear it. We're not getting information from those discussions. Did one of the ag users have some kind of a condition that you weren't willing to meet? And who decided? I want to know what the condition was. Let us vote on that. I think there are users up there that did say they would provide us water, and somebody up here would not meet their conditions. So we really want to have that information. I agree with Director Robinette on storage. I think as soon as possible, at the first opportunity, if it can't be done today, this board needs to give us, the community, additional conditions on any water project that goes forward. The first condition is that absolutely all permits must be followed. You have to follow the law. Don't try to avoid environmental law. Don't let Engineer Gressens go under the table and try to do things, that are totally violating the Coastal Commission or the SLO County Local Coastal Plan or Title 23 of the Coastal Zone or the environmental ESHA or CEQA. Follow the law. It is so simple. If you just do that, you can have the community behind you and see if we can move forward. If you totally violate it and you totally go against the community's wishes on helping the environment, it won't work. The other thing is stop pursuing the issuance of intent to serve letters. I think you should remove the issuance of intent to serve letters as your goal, which has been one of your goals for the past 2 years. Take it off the table. I think you should rescind all actions that have been made to lift the Water Code 350 emergency. I think you should rescind all actions that you've made to lift the moratorium. I think you should stop all actions where you are trying to negotiate with the county to lift our county growth management ordinance. And with Bruce Gibson, I think you need to stop trying to press for growth at this point because obviously we are in an emergency. And stop until such time as a new water supply is in place and that we are producing verifiable results from the new water supply and from your conservation program. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Webb. Mr. Butterfield, followed by Michaela Burton.
Hello again. I didn't hear the entire option that you read, but it had the last thing you read, but it had to do with the number of people living in a residence and making allowances for the number. Do you?
Yeah, that was a past practice, and it's something that the board can consider to do, but it was just part of the laundry list that we presented to them.
But did you also say that it was not part of the recommendation? It was an option, but was not part of the recommendation?
Correct.
Okay, so my situation is this. I have a rental, and I rent to a really nice young couple. They have an 8-month-old baby, and they do a lot of baby laundry, and our water use is high because of that. Now, it doesn't matter if they take their laundry to the laundromat to do it. It's going to use the same amount of laundry, the same amount of water. So I'm hoping that you will be able to make allowances for people who have specific situations like that. So I hope that does get included in the ordinance or whatever it is you're going to decide here. Storage. Where'd you go? Yeah, storage is going to be key under certain conditions. Wrong conditions, storage is not going to be the choice I think most of the people in the community want. I think you need to reschedule when you consider intent to serve letters, and I agree with Mary. You shouldn't be considering it now at all, but when the time comes, you should be doing it in August, September, October, when the well levels are lowest. It seems like, not just you, every board so far looks at it, can we issue water intent to serve letters when the well level's high? Sure, but they didn't think 6 months down the road when we end up in a situation like this. And on the subject of having growth as a priority or issuing intent to serve letters, if I hear people blaming the staff for this boondoggle where 2 weeks ago you're issuing intent to serve letters. Well, if you're the directors, if you just direct staff to come up with a scheme so you can provide intent to serve letters, that's what they're going to do. But if you direct them to come up with solutions for providing for the people who already live here, we might be farther along down the road to not coming back to this issue quite so often. I have a son who's in middle school, and at the middle school, the administration has constantly says, we got to teach our kids critical thinking skills. Well, some of the administrators there don't seem to exhibit much in the way of critical thinking skills, and I think the same thing is true here, and it may be that we're not commonly taught what critical thinking skills are. But you can Google, I'm telling you, this is really easy. Google critical thinking, and you can come up with a list of 10 things that you need to go through when you make a decision that's certainly as important as the kinds of decisions that you're making here. I didn't think, I thought it's basically common sense stuff, but how do you arrive at common sense thinking? I think all of us should look at this stuff. It's very interesting.
Are you about ready
That's
to wrap
it.
it up?
Yeah,
sir?
thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Butterfield. Michaela Burton, followed by Jim Webb.
Thank you, Michaela Burton. I'd like to thank Ken Butterfield for bringing up exactly one of the things that I emailed a lot of my friends this morning, and that is where the allowance for large families on surcharges is to be considered as being removed. That would be devastating. The people that will be affected are the people probably working in the motels right now with children. They can't come here and speak for themselves. The surcharges for them means that they wouldn't even know about any of this probably, because when are they going to have a chance to have a computer to watch this show? They're not. When we had the surcharges in 2007, one of these families had their water shut off, and the sheriff went out there, and the man that lived in the house brought out a gun. That's how terrible it is. And people with families, their children should take a bath. Everybody should take a bath every day, even if it's in only about 2 gallons of water. I don't think it's healthy to be dirty. You know, we can cut down other ways. That's the way I feel about it. I do take a bath every day. I save that water in a bucket, 5 gallons, and I use it to flush the toilet. And I watered a lot this summer because I didn't think I had to worry so much. I would have watered a lot less. Why don't we just have irrigation on alternate days? That would be really easy. How are you going to get non-potable water to people? It's already free. That's not going to work unless you have a great big giant truck and you're watering their yard. There's 4 public bathrooms, all using non-potable water, 2 owned by the CSD or run by them. I have the bills for those. I think that over 2 months in 2011, they used well over 100 units of water. 1 unit is 748 gallons. Should lock the doors, put the porta potties, let the $250,000 every single year that the tourist industry gets from a special tax that's only for them, let them pay for them. State Parks owns one of those bathrooms and Shamble Park the other. But we provide the water, and it's potable water, the stuff we drink. For the long term, work with that rancher. He has 450 acre-feet of water. That's his beneficial use up San Simeon Creek. Give in to whatever demands he has. I don't know what they are. Do it. That's going to be your cushion. Get that off-stream supply. It could be Lake Nacimiento. Build the pipeline. Stop intent to serves. That's how you're going to redeem yourself. Admit it was a mistake. It's not going to work. And then we will all love you again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burton. Jim Webb. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Carol?
And we have ones right in the driveway, right at our building in the driveway, we aren't gonna be able to work a blue car.
I think we still have a few more cars left in the parking lot, and we can't have a farmer's market unless we have someplace for our customers.
Okay, thank you. We will,
One car we may have to tow if we can't do it.
thank you, Bud. We will recess until all the cars are removed, please. Lion's happy, we're good to go. Okay.
Hey, you're a good whistler.
Oh, I'm
Can we get going?
Okay, when last we were in session, Mr. Webb, you had the podium, so if we could get everybody's attention and hear from Jim Webb.
All right, thank you very much. Jim Webb, Cambria resident. When it comes to item 4A, my inclination is to let the general manager manage and let him implement the tools he feels necessary to get us through this rough patch. In terms of some of the other options that you were looking at and discussing, my dad used to have a saying sometimes when things were a little tough. He'd look at me and he'd say, "Don't get cute." And I think it came to mind when I heard some of these options where we're going to refill, we're going to take water and we're going to refill around the monitoring well so we can gin up the level and pretend like we've got more water than we really do. I would just eliminate those out of hand and forget about it. I would also encourage the board not to take this situation and pretend that it's more of an emergency than it is in an effort to circumvent CEQA and due process. I don't think it's going to work, and I think you're going to breed a lot of animosity within a number of elements in the community. Finally, I would also point out that from a poison tree comes poisoned fruit, and I would encourage the board and the general manager to be very careful about who it is that represents you when you go and meet with a riparian landholder a long ways away from here that's fed by a spring, and the spring dried up a couple months ago. And we're fine. We have plenty of water, and the only reason we have plenty of water is because we bought a bigger tank. And we bought a big stainless steel tank. It's nearly full. It'll last us through the end of the year, and then when winter comes, it'll be filled up again. So I salute Gail Robinette and her suggestion of implementing some form of storage. It doesn't have to be a reservoir. It doesn't have to be a huge infrastructure project that nobody can seem to agree to do, but something small. Go build a tank, and you can always point back to it with pride and say you helped the situation, you helped alleviate the emergency. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Webb. And then we have Cynthia Hawley.
I'm wondering, and I haven't gotten answers to my questions yet. Bob Gresson stopped me in the hallway and said that the wells were tested static, which means that the wells were tested after they were turned off and for several hours that let the water, so the water could rise in them. Now, apparently there are no data for dynamic level when the wells are running. And I think we need that information in order to know exactly where we are. Now, no one's addressed the issue of the 99 acre-feet left and whether that is total in the basin, which is what it sounded like, or whether it is our dry season permit in that basin. And in relation to your proposals here, one of the things that I've got a big problem with is that we need to have some exceptions. If you are going to impose surcharges on people, we need them. It's very important to have them. But the way you've got it set up is that Mr. Gruber gets to decide at his discretion to grant exceptions to the provisions. And there aren't any criteria for him to follow, which means that it's totally up to Mr. Gruber. What this is it's arbitrary, it's vague, because there aren't any criteria. It's arbitrary, and it leaves it open to discrimination on his part, discriminatory allocation. And that's, governmentally, that's bad practice. You've got to give him some criteria. Next, in 75, 76, that's why we need to have accurate well readings, because 75, 76, we were out of water and we were on rationing then. Rationing. We didn't have the choice of going around educating people. We're in, You're saying we have less than 2 months of water. I think that rationing should be on your list of choices depending upon what the data show. If it's the 99 feet is our permit, or is the 99 feet the basin? I also suggest that you, as was previously said, you need to talk to the riparians. It's not just say, well, they don't want to do it. And we need to know too. You need to come to this meeting and tell us what you heard, what the choices would be, what you'd have to give up, and what the demand would be. These things have to be made in public, and what Mary, I think it was talking about was a definite Brown Act violation. You can't make decisions behind the scenes and then come to us and say, well, that won't do, you know, we already decided against that. That's a Brown Act violation. You have to make those decisions here. And I want to know why you're not thinking about rationing at this stage of the game. Another thing is that for a long time, since about 10 years ago, every decision that this board has made the effect of it has been to run us out of money and run us out of water. And Mr. Gruber's suggestion that we just go on with some kind of education program at this point, that's not going to help us in 2 months. That's not going to help us at all. And what that will do, in the whole plan of addressing the deficiency of the 19 acre feet, is designed specifically for a 2 month period. It's designed specifically to put us out of water in 2 months, when what we need to be doing, and that lets the rest of the water besides the 19 feet just go unaddressed. You can just use that without conserving it at all. And it's designed to run us out of water in 2 months. And in relation to that, I just have one more thing to say, because what that gives us, it puts us in a place where we have to have desal, and we don't even have a choice anymore. We have to have something to come in and give us water. Otherwise, the town will dry up. And what it does is it puts you in the position of being able to take advantage of exceptions. And you accepted from CEQA, accepted from county planning, coastal development permit. Those are exempt. And I have just one more statement to make. The problem with that is you're going to reach a bump when it comes to the county, because the county's emergency permit is relying on an unexpected emergency. This emergency wasn't unexpected. You had months and months to figure this out. So if you are planning on running us out of water and then trying to get desal and under an emergency permit, you're going to have a little problem there.
Thank you, Ms. Hawley. Okay, that concludes the public hearing. We have before us two resolutions. Resolution 37-2013, adopting enhanced water conservation measures and restrictions on the use of potable water. And we have Resolution 38-2013, implementing surcharges, penalties for excess water consumption. Members, discussion?
Yeah, I suggest that we handle this in 2 steps. The first one being accepting this WUEP table 7.1 of the demand management measures, which have been studied and are available. And
We already approved
we've approved that already?
Yeah, that's part of the water.
So what would be before us would be Resolution 37-2013, adopting enhanced water conservation.
Enhanced water conservation.
And restrictions on the use of potable water.
Okay, maybe I can just open it up as a general thought. The Citizens Committee that came up with the alternative plan that I've read and was actually looking at last time provides much more sense on how we would implement surcharges. The table in Exhibit A just doesn't do it, in my opinion, because you had 6 units attached to your particular residence, or 12 units, and you really only used 4 last year. It's really we want people to use less than they did the previous year. So the big issue isn't what you're assigned, have been assigned since 1980, it's how much you used last year. So if one were to put at least PR out that says that if you used 10 units last year, we want you to use 8.5, 15% reduction. Then you would be surcharged only on, if you saved a unit and a half, you wouldn't pay for it, so you saved money. If you went over what you used last year, that's what's surcharged, or even if you went over the 7.5 that you have. It's all based upon last year. To base it on some arbitrary number, I think is difficult. I think also if you're a very low user, let's say you use 4 units and you're asked to save 15%, if you save it, we should pay you. Pay that person that, whatever that EDU would have cost, that $3.50 surcharge or whatever. It's kind of a different way of looking at the whole game. But I think we'd be remiss by not having some kind of a conservation program or a surcharge scheme in place. Since the Citizens Committee came up with a very comprehensive set, it's pretty draconian, but at least it's based upon previous usage, and I think that's the way we approach. So I would be willing to work on a very small committee to get the words in place as to what constitutes savings and what the penalty would be so that we could address it next week. But I don't think that we can come up with something that makes sense today.
Are you speaking with respect to the first resolution, the one on the water conservation and restrictions on use of potable water?
Well, that was what was in this chart.
I think you went.
I went beyond it.
Yeah. The first issue is.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think the restrictions on use of potable water is fine.
So,
Just to clarify on the first resolution, 37-2013, as was pointed out, there are already in the code prohibitions in section 4.8.030B, which are attached to your report. Those are existing. So the resolution 37-2013 only has a couple of additional prohibitions being suggested. One of which is, and the most significant, is prohibiting use of potable water for landscaping, as opposed to the existing restriction, which says that it's not to be done in a manner that, or to the extent which allows excess water runoff of the area being watered. Every water user is deemed to have under his or her control at all times his or her water distribution lines and so on. So there's existing language regarding watering landscaping, and the suggested prohibition, if you want to go there, and staff was not recommending adopting it, was to prohibit outside watering of landscaping entirely.
Okay. I'll withhold my comments until we get to the next. We can do resolution 38 or 38-2013 without doing resolution 37-2013, or can? Okay, it's standalone, okay.
Director Clift.
I needed the violations and the fines here. Are those contained in our current rules, or are these in addition that?
Those violations and fines, and also the exceptions that Ms. Hawley was referring to, are contained in the code. They're exactly the same as in Chapter 4.12, but since these are being adopted in addition to those based upon the provisions of Water Code Section 353 as far as additional restrictions under the Water Shortage Emergency Declaration, the 350 Declaration.
So passing this resolution, in effect, only changes the one of no potable water for irrigation?
No, there was one other. The other was the hotel guests being given the option of not laundering towels and linens.
Okay. And the exemption situation here?
And again, that's language from the
undue
existing
hardship,
code.
the undue hardship.
And it does have standards to the extent it articulates the standard of restrictions causing an undue hardship or emergency, and also that granting the exception would not adversely affect the water supplier's service. So there are standards for the general manager to look at.
I would suggest that instead of adopting Resolution 37-2013, that we hire a PR company or an advertising agency, because I think staff just doesn't have time for it, to go to each one of the motels and hotels, prepare a nice flyer that says that you please do not reuse towels. Every place I go, it seems like there's a plaque that says, if you want the towel to be washed, put it on the floor. If not, put it up. If we could come up with something that would universally cover the town, and we did it by next Friday, I think we would accomplish everything we've got here.
I'm sure that's available. I mean, I was in Monterey here the first part of the week, and it was in the bathroom there,
Right.
you know.
Yeah, we've, President Thompson, thank you. We've already ordered those, and we've ordered the things for the restaurants. I'm going to defer to Courtney, our conservation specialist, who has been very quiet during this whole process. And I'm going to let her go up there and to the microphone, if it's okay with the president, and tell you exactly what she's done so far regarding some of these things, because very good points. I think that part of the discussion that staff had is that, okay, you know, we're kind of one step ahead of this, and we ordered them, and but I'll let her decide to tell you here. I think we're all fading fast.
Thank you, Ms. Upsgrove, if you would.
Hello, everybody. Most of the hotels that I went into are part of a green hotel association or a green business association, so they're already using the literature. We did order literature, which I'm out of, but I can order more. I can have it here on Monday or Tuesday to go into some of the smaller hotels that aren't like a chain. For example, on Moonstone, Pacifica is a corporation. They own 4 hotels. They're already enforcing that type of language. And then some of the restaurants already have, John McKinnon's here, so I'll throw him under the bus. He already has the literature on the table tents about the water and things like that. I actually am working with the local, with Nancy McCarney. She's designed something for me. We'll order it. We'll have it on Tuesday or Wednesday. That'll go to all of the restaurants, because I do eat lunch out, and I know that there's restaurants that are still serving water, unfortunately. So, and then I'm up for suggestions. The only thing, if we do hire somebody, it may take us a little bit of time. So I know that my hope was to be able to prepare some literature for you guys, and then bring it to Thursday's meeting, so you can see what we're doing.
Yeah, I think it'd be better not to waste your time preparing it, but getting it delivered. I don't care, you know, it's great to see that you've got something already. It's nice to see what you have, but don't take it away from getting it out. You know, don't wait for approval or anything. Just get it out.
Perfect.
Director Clift, anything else?
Yeah, I'm kind of concerned that what Mr. Webb indicated, that I mean, if we can pass this whole resolution, but let's make sure we understand exactly what we're doing. We're only doing 2 items, basically. The only thing you're doing is saying, shut off you're going to be fined if you have your irrigation system running, or basically if you water your plants with non-potable water. Is that correct? Potable. Oh, potable water. Excuse me. And when does it go into effect? Because my experience has been, when you do something like this, you may create the opposite of what you expected. I think the thing in Paso Robles, where 53 wells were applied for the minute they perceived that the county was going to shut off wells. I can see myself and all my neighbors standing out soaking their garden really good the day before it becomes effective. So I don't have a problem with passing this resolution. I just think we need to make sure that it's not making a lot of changes, other than people understanding that there should not be using potable water in the garden.
On that, I would like to move that we do not adopt.
I'd like to go with Director Robinette first, and then we'll go to you.
The one thing that I have always found puzzling about talking about the outside irrigation is that it is that, as far as I'm concerned, we don't have really good verifiable evidence of, we talk about a percentage of water that goes to irrigation, but I don't know how we know since it all goes through the same meter. So my question is, before we would go for all or nothing, so to speak, if we could consider, I would like to go, and someone mentioned it earlier, I would like maybe for, I don't know, a month, 2 weeks, whatever, that we could measure, probably month by month, I would like to have irrigation only be allowed on, say, for example, Tuesday or Thursday. Tuesday and Thursday, perhaps. Tuesday and Thursday. Now, the reason I want to do that is because I want to be able to go back to take a random sample of users with different types of homes and irrigation or yards. I want to go back once we know how much is being used and see, in fact, is that when it's shut off, is there a differentiation of, what did we say, around 30% it goes to irrigation? I would like to find some confirming evidence before we just say no irrigation. And if in fact it is that much, and that is certainly significant, then it certainly becomes a very good recommendation. But I wish we had a little better handle on how much we are actually saving on stopping irrigation.
Well, the Medallis report, yeah, the Medallis report, excuse me, on page 13, and that's what we use as we use this document. We wanted to be consistent in what the report says. And on page 13, it shows that single-family water use percentages, outdoor use is about 23%. And that's from the Medallis report, and that's where we kind of start as a starting point for some recommendations, because we wanted to be consistent with the work that Medallis did and the acknowledge the statistical information he provided to the board, and so that's where that we 23% is the outdoor use for single family. It says residential use is 75% of the total, including vacation rentals. 75% of the total, including vacation rentals, which is typically of a community without significant commercial, governmental, or industrial. Single-family residence uses forms the major portion of CCSD's water use with about 66%. It was analyzed further, and then that's where we came up with that. It just talks about that's kind of what we used as a starting point. And so another option that the board could do is just, is what we've requested is this voluntary. And we made some assumptions that 50% of the people were willing to turn the irrigation off. And then Courtney has some additional comments on that might be helpful to the board if it's okay with the president.
Certainly.
May I add some information that might put this in a perspective that the community can understand rather than say percentages?
Well, could I try to talk? Because I'm the community. Let me just, would that be okay? Okay, perfect. Just because I do utility billing, so that I think, okay. Well, since I also do conservation, but I do utility billing, my feel when I'm talking to people, and granted this is the community, but you have a ton of people that don't live here that own homes, people are still irrigating. That's the reality. They have no idea. They live in Fresno, they live in Bakersfield, they live in LA. Some of them don't even have water meters where they live, so they really don't have any idea of how much water they're using. So my thought is by asking people to turn their irrigation off, they may have that aha moment, and you're going to see people's usage going down. And in looking at the usage overall, and we can come back with some concrete numbers on Thursday at the meeting or before then, whenever, but there's still people that aren't here full-time that are using 6 units of water a billing period. So that means that they're using 6 units on their irrigation. So if they cut that in half, or if they turn their irrigation off altogether, we're going to achieve what it is that we need to achieve. I mean, by doing so.
Mr. Butterfield, we've had an opportunity for public comment. Could you provide your information to Ms. Uppergrove, please, and so we can continue our discussion here? I thank you.
I sat on a citizens committee several years ago, more than 10 years ago.
Oh, okay, just 20
consultant.
seconds. Go ahead.
It was determined by a consultant that the CCSD hired that quote-unquote normal use by single families was about 12 units. That's the number you guys toss out all the time. over that, over 12 units, it was considered that that was being used for irrigating landscaping. So whatever 45% or whatever the percentage numbers are, for most people, you know, if you live like most of us do, 12 units is what we use. Over that.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Berenger, then Director Rice, and
Other than, you know, I would say we don't pass this resolution and move on to the next one unless,
I just have some discussion. First thing is if you're sitting at this meeting, you're probably using far less than 12. You're probably, and in fact, 12 is a composite that includes the commercial accounts, and most people actually use 9 or fewer units. And if you're using 9 units, that's something like around 150 gallons a day, I believe. I could be wrong on that. Could be closer to, I don't know, 100, 125. If you are using 6 units or less, you have no incentive to use less because of the way the rate structure currently is. If you are using less than 6 units, thank you. Thank you for being a responsible Cambrian. Thank you for being a responsible earthling. Thank you for being responsible in general, because you're not doing it to save money, because it doesn't save you any money. If you're using 3 units, thank you. Awesome. You should be getting a rebate. You should be getting money back because you're really doing your part. The people we need to be in touch with about this issue are not here. Probably won't watch the meeting. Probably don't live here. That's a problem. I don't know why it's only 10% we're asking commercial to cut back. Isn't that less than the amount that we are short? I mean, maybe I didn't do the math right, but if we are going to use 120 and we have 100, isn't that more than 10% that we're going to be short? So I don't know why we're not making it the same percentage as what we would be short for commercial in addition to the residential. Second thing, on page 4, it says it is estimated that the top 25 users, and I may need Courtney on this one. It says it's estimated that the top 25 commercial lodging users consume about 4,300 gallons per day. Is that per user? Because otherwise it's 172 gallons a day. Okay. Well, that's problematic, because I think that the top 25 users use more than 172 gallons a day. And if they use 4,300 gallons a day, that's 20 units. Commercial lodging, right. 4,300 gallons per day for each lodging.
Yes.
For each of the top 25 commercial accounts. Okay, so when you multiply that out, that's not 2 acre feet, that's 20 acre feet.
Yeah, the reduction, 10%. You're right.
So
the
10%,
20
so 10%
acre
is
feet,
2.
you're right. Yeah, you're right on the 20 acre feet, you're absolutely right.
So again, I'm going to go back to if 20 acre feet is what we're going to be short, and I totally agree with Cindy Hawley. I don't know why we're making only 20 and not like Merle suggested, making it 3 times that amount so that we don't run ourselves out, because we got the Scarecrow Festival coming up. Hopefully those beds will be full, because we would like the commercial people to make money, but we need to make sure that they're not causing us additional problems with it. We can't do it. I lived a long time where every time right 2 days before I'd get paid, man, I did not want to write another check or even go see if I could even go to the ATM, because there were times when I was in college especially, couldn't use the ATM. I had to go in the bank because I had less than 20 bucks. I couldn't get anything out of an ATM because I had less than 20 bucks. We don't want to make that our situation with water by only trying to save the 20. I think we need to try and, the other thing that's here that is, I think, could be wrong, I'm the only renter on the board, right? You guys all own, right? So here's the problem with this resolution right off the bat. You're going to put the fine on my bill. In Cambria, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, renters usually are the ones paying the water bill, but you're going to send a certified letter to the owner and not to the property where the water's being used. That might be a problem. Can we clarify what that is? It would go to the utility account. Okay, and because I'm a renter and my landlord decided, he lives over in Fresno, and he decided that he wanted to have an irrigation system. He put in an irrigation system and it caused my water bill to go up. I asked him to turn it off. He doesn't want his plants to die. I don't want to get kicked out of my house. We need to try and reach the property owners because he has since he doesn't pay the bill, he has no incentive to make sure that the fixtures are efficient. I do. I'm on the frigging board. I better make sure that I have the right fixtures. But he has no incentive to get a washing machine that's efficient. I have no reason to try and buy one since I don't even have a place to put it if I get kicked out of the house. So there's a disconnect there at properties that like you were talking about, reaching those folks. Because the people that are here, the people that care, the people that are making the noise, signing the sheets, these are the people that are already doing their part. We need to try and reach the people that either not doing their part either because they can afford it, they figure, oh, I got the money, why not? Or they just really don't know. How many times have you heard somebody stand at this podium and say, oh, we should do this irrigation cutoff thing, we should do this, that, the other thing that's already in the ordinance that we should be fining people for. We need to be getting the information out there. It's not just education, but why don't we have a 2-page ad in the Cambrian? This is serious. We need to spend some money on it, and we need to take it seriously, and we need to give direction to staff, in my opinion, and make the hard choices, say, 0 landscape watering, at least for a month. If you want to water your landscape, use the non-potable water, go buy some Evian, whatever you want to do, but let's stop making decisions like people are going to be mad at us, because I'm not here to get liked. I'm here to make decisions for our community.
So President Thompson, I did some quick math, and again, it's, I want to throw the SR4 well and just into the equation, but I absolutely understand, Director Cliff said, well, why aren't we going for 60 acre feet? And I can really appreciate with what Director Rice said about, okay, it seems like we're just doing the bare minimum. But the other variable is the SR4 well. So the SR4 well, pumps about 530 gallons a minute, and in an hour it pumps 38,800 gallons. And if we're able to run it 5 hours a day, that's 159,000 gallons, which is about a half an acre foot. So every day that we run the SR4 well, we're augmenting that 19 acre feet shortage. But staff, I tell you, we absolutely support additional conservation measures, whatever the board directs us to do, and I can appreciate everything that's been said by the board and the public. I think there's some real opportunities out there, I really do, and we're continuing to identify those and implement them. So whatever the board, but I just want you to remember, that SR4 well is a. And if it comes to the point where the SR4 well cannot be run, we'll be back here again having a conversation. So I want to help you in making your policy decision. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Amanda,
Amanda,
when I went to college, we didn't have ATMs to deal with. But a popular way of dealing with a cash crisis was to write one check to cover another one, to cover the other. It's just kind of, because it took about 3 or 4 days to clear the bank, but that was, again, before it doesn't happen anymore. I got you on that. Amanda, you were in the process of doing something.
I was just going to suggest that I would move that we pass Resolution 37, 2013, that adds the 2 provisions about outdoor landscaping and the hotel guests with their laundry.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve Resolution 37-2013. Any discussion on the motion?
When would it be effective? What was the effective date on
It would be effective immediately.
today?
Yes.
And we have to.
I can't run home and water my yard.
It would have to be published for the penalties to apply. But
Yeah.
it would be effective immediately.
And one other question that came up, I'm sorry, was enforcement, and So it's not just the water department's responsibility, it's the wastewater department's, it's facilities and resources, it's fire, it's admin when we're out doing water audits. So we really have a pretty strong presence out in the community, and I've shared this with my staff, is that, you know, it's all of our jobs as CCSD employees to make sure that we're monitoring. And Courtney, didn't we get some aren't we getting door hangers made up too for the warning part? So again, public relations and community outreach and things like that. So we're one step ahead. We're getting the door hangers, you know, reminding people. But we also want to take it a step farther than that, and that we would be willing, and we're trained in it also, our conservation department is to do irrigation audits. And if somebody sees a door hanger, on that door hanger it's going to say, you know, you're not supposed to be outdoor watering, this is a first time warning. However, if you would like an audit, an irrigation audit, we'll come out and provide that for you free of charge. So when they are able to turn their irrigation back on, it'll be in a manner that doesn't. I know that Tina lives up in Park Hill, and so does Elizabeth, and I know exactly where they're talking about the water running down I know exactly the houses they're talking about, and it's always running down the street, you know. So those are the type of people that type of residential users that we want to identify and help by doing audits. So the door hangers are coming, we got those, and so it'll be everybody in the CCSD involved. We'll have trucks on the road all the time, and it's not just the poor guys in the water department.
From another public relations standpoint, could there be some kind of signage for those people that are using non-potable water? Because I could see somebody's yard looking really nice, and all of a sudden you're going to get a bunch of phone calls or you know, when in fact they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. They're using a gray water system or a non-potable.
We could, and what I would suggest also is, you know, sort of like the campaign signs that you guys had, and they only cost about 75 cents a piece to make up, but, you know, I thought, we talked about this, as my irrigation's off is yours. You know, my irrigation's off is yours, mine's off, and just kind of, and it's a really good public, I learned it from a conservation friend of mine, it's just like a thing you stick in, you know, and my irrigation's off is yours, and then it starts to become a community type of thing where everybody wants to get involved, and you actually have a little competition amongst the neighbors. I know I've had 4 or 5 people in the gym come up to me and say, Jerry, I just want you to know I've turned my irrigation off. That's really the kind of the community support that you want, and I'm sure we're going to get.
I'm tending not to, I totally think that we should not have anyone using potable water for irrigation, and I'd like to implement that, but I can't support the motion because of what Director Rice was saying, is that as of 2 o'clock today, somebody that lives in Fresno who owns the property, who has an irrigation system running, that's the person that really we need to get to. And if we want to make something happen effective today, it's not this law, it's getting people to realize that they no longer can use potable water for irrigation. It's I don't know, we're trying to put a law in place.
I think the resolution is the step we have to take before we can notify those folks that they can't use their potable water for irrigation.
Director Robinette?
Well, yeah,
You can give staff direction on implementation, I'm sorry.
Director Robinette, please.
Okay, thank you. The quandaries are, it is hard because whatever we feel is, you know, what we'd like to see each household using, 12 units, 9 units, 6 units, whatever, we are saying then, even if you live within that, you don't have the right anymore to use your irrigation system, because those are all tied pretty much to potable water. So we're saying that even if you conserve, it doesn't matter. And then we're saying we can get non-potable water. We have a few in the community that are getting longer in their journey, and pretty much seniors. And they probably are not, a garden may give them great joy at this point. And now we're going to ask them to carry around water, non-potable water, and water their things that they have. Just so we're clear on all of that, and then I want to know, how long are we going to do this? If we start this today at 10 till 3, then are we going to come back and evaluate how much savings we actually think we're getting out of this? And are we going to set any certain timeline of when we're going to do this and just keep it going? So I do have those questions. And we have a great niche market coming up for people that can truck in the non-potable water and come around to the houses, because this will clearly be a niche market, because there are going to be some people that really do like the way their yards look, and they're going to have to find some help.
Okay, any further discussion?
I tend to agree, having a sunset would be nice, so at least something that says that, you know, because we're not declaring a stage 1, 2, or 3, right? So we're going with the ordinances that are in place that are outside of those stages, which means that they're just kind of general prohibitions overall. So if we're not saying in perpetuity, which personally I don't have any problem with having in perpetuity no potable water on landscaping. But I know there's a lot of people in the community that prefer to have the ease and simplicity of turning the faucet on to water their plants. So, I mean, I don't have a problem making the decision to not do it, but I also don't own land.
And I'll just say one other thing on having access to the non-potable water. I would hope that wherever there's a possibility that we could have people have actually in their houses both purple pipe, and we have pipe for, we know right now for sewer, we have pipe for fresh water, but having purple pipe finally, as we are doing road repairs, put in, and having people begin to have community access to piped in potable water, that is the future. We do need that. And it would be great to start any step we could in that direction.
Mr. Gruber, you had a comment?
Yes, sir. Thank you, President Thompson and Board. So the question was how long what this would be. I like the comment from the audience, when it rains. I mean, that's kind of a common sense kind of thing. But we continue to monitor 24 hours a day these well levels. We just probably have watched these well levels closer than we ever have before. So we'll monitor production. We'll monitor savings that we think, and we'll come back. Staff, we can always call a special meeting or whatever, and I'm hoping that it won't be in perpetuity, but I see that I need to do it now and support it, and I think that we would come back and say, well, you know, it's the the creeks are flowing, and the well levels are recharged, and the aquifers are full, and we probably don't need to have people not watering, although they probably wouldn't be watering anyway. But hopefully we can get to the point where the rainy season starts, and then it won't be, it'll be a moot point until spring anyway, so.
And the way the resolution is worded, it provides that it's in effect until modified or rescinded by the board. The board can certainly give staff direction regarding coming back with a resolution to rescind the measures when they believe it's to be appropriate.
All right, there being no further discussion, clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Sure, thank you. Director Clift?
Yes.
Director Robinette?
Yes.
Director Rice?
Yes.
Vice President Berenger?
Yes.
President Thompson?
Yes, and I would also ask that the general manager and staff make sure that that the word gets out as soon as possible, that we monitor this, that we look at how we can make it more user-friendly in terms of bringing the non-potable water into Cambria so that people will have access to it.
Do we have some consensus? I agree with Merle that we should have, if we can, get a truck or something to get some non-potable water, like right here in town instead of all the way out at San Simeon.
Right.
Do we have,
And
is
that's what Mr. Gruber is going to be exploring. And
Yeah, I mean,
coming back
we
with.
bought an old water tender and stuck it in I just picture an old water tender out here full and ready to go in the Veterans Hall, and we go up and fill it every day, and you can probably get one online for $5,000 or so, so I'll look into that.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That resolution passes. Next, we have the other resolution. That is Resolution 38-2013, which which provides for implementing water surcharge penalty rates for excess water consumption. Mr. General Manager, any further? comments on
No
that?
further explanation for it, other than the resolution is just, asking the board to consider. That's why we were instructed to provide you 2 resolutions in order for you to make policy decisions. This is just the second one that says, do you feel it necessary at this time to implement surcharges? Thank you.
Members of the board? Mr. Clift?
You know, I'm generally not in favor of surcharges because they are just usually temporary things. We've got some money in our budget for rate summaries, and I would suggest that even if we do this or don't do this, I would suggest that we go forward with that rate study with the direction that pricing relative to conservation be a factor within the rate program, which might allow even reduction in what we're charging now on the very low end, and charging what might be even some of these rates on the high end, and that be our policy rather than, oh, it's okay, and then we'll slam you for a 2-month type of a thing. So hopefully we will, no matter what we do here, we will take a look at any future rate structure will have a conservation component to it.
I agree, I'm sorry. I agree with that approach. I just did a little, I got an app. It changes EDUs to gallons, so 112 gallons a day is 9 EDUs. And I'm totally against, or I'm totally perplexed by the fact that people were assigned water, a group of EDUs some 20 years ago, and that hasn't been revisited. So any conservation plan that I think we put in place should be based upon what prior usage was. And 9 units is more reasonable, I think, than 12 that we have now. And if we use the present law that we have, you don't get any surcharge until you're at 12 units, and we want a reduction. So I would propose, actually, that the Citizens Committee recommendations be looked at as early as next week. I think that I'd be willing to spend some time and look at those and at least start that discussion. But as far as approving 38-2013, at this moment, I don't support it.
Director Rice?
I'd like to make a motion, so do you have something that you'd like to? I move that we expedite the rate study that we already have budgeted and hire Bartle Wells, who did our capacity study, to come and do that and make sure that it covers exactly what Merle said, with rates that more closely reflect what would affect people's behavior in terms of conservation. Does that make sense? Does that motion make any sense?
I think the motion is either to do this or not do this.
Mr. Hirsch, is that something we can entertain today?
I think it might be more appropriate to have it as a separate discussion item. In some respects, it's kind of part of this whole idea of surcharges and so on. It's probably better to more directly deal with Resolution 38-2013 and then provide some direction to staff to include a discussion item on the next agenda regarding initiating the rate study.
It might be better to just defer this, take a look at your concern. My concern about how much you had last year as to this year is administratively, I'm not sure that that's, you know,
We only have 4,000 customers. I mean,
yeah, well.
You know, we could all get in a room.
I just want to make
Courtney
sure.
just slid
I just
down
want to
the
make sure.
wall.
Yeah. I just want to make sure when we bring it back that the scope of work, you know, you get what you ask for
Yeah.
with consultants. So I rather take a little time, and I absolutely think it's a good idea. But I want to make sure that we're even looking at the ad hoc committee that the scope of work that is identified. It's in the not from a financial standpoint, but we really understand what we're asking this consultant to do. I like the idea of you incorporate a financial plan into that rate study, so you it's another very good component when you put into a rate study. So I'll bring back a scope of work, and we can I don't necessarily know it'll be September because the board packet's going out here in a couple minutes, but it'll be October. I'll bring back a good scope for you.
Okay. Very good. And I also, I'm not keen on this resolution because I think that by the time we're able to implement it and assess it with any kind of luck, we'll be beyond that. So I don't think it's something that will provide an immediate impact, which is what we.
If we implemented this, it would be on the November, December.
Right.
Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah. So I don't think we need to actually take any action on the resolution. Is that
Just
correct?
taking no action is fine.
Okay. Unless we have a motion to approve it. Hearing none. That concludes that item, and that concludes our agenda. And I thank you very much, and I thank all of you that had the wherewithal to hang in there for 5 hours. Actually, I was pretty accurate at the beginning of the meeting, wasn't I?